Okay, it's time for another road trip. It's 5:59 a.m., 63 degrees out in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I just top charged a Cybertruck, 322 miles. Now, when this was new, it had 325 miles. I'm leaving with 18,048 miles on the odometer with 427 watt-hours per mile. Locally, you can see I've been running around the last 888 miles, 359 watt-hours per mile. Let's go ahead and reset the local one. And let's rename this. We're headed to Roanoke, Virginia this morning from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, we're going to be stopping tonight somewhere in Tennessee. I've got a hotel tentatively set up, and we'll see how that goes. Let me go ahead and finish loading the car up, and we're going to get on the road. Again, it's fully charged, 322 miles. It is late October 2025. Should be a beautiful driving day. It's going to get cold as I head to the northeast, and again, departing around 6 a.m. Let's take a look at the Cybertruck. We've got the EV base running boards on here, which I absolutely love. The Tesla pedal lights, some other cool features I'll show you as we're riding, including this amazing Test Studio rear view mirror. That's kind of a must, because otherwise you can't use the rear view mirror, and the one on the screen is not ideal, no matter how much you think it is. I ran with it for about 9 months, and it's terrible. Tesla should have just included that from the factory. Anyway, I'm gonna finish loading the truck up and I'll be right back with you. Okay, so we're leaving it. It is dark out. Here's the Cybertruck. Back here, if you can see it, is the Rivian R1T, plugged in, charged up, and the EQS 580 4MATIC SUV, the Mercedes. So we've decided to take the Cybertruck based on everybody's feedback, and I'm gonna throw my coat in the back. Let's get this in here. There we go. Got a little puffer coat in there because it is going to be cold up in Virginia. And here we are in the Cybertruck. Little thing I may try out. It's a little gimbal tool for the recording device, thanks to a friend of mine by the name of Landon. Shout out to Landon. And let me plug in my destination. I think what we're going to try for today is the Hampton Inn in Mount Juliet. There it is. This one's the one we like. Let's mark that as a favorite, so we have it in here for this trip. And let's go. Now, we're going to try to use some EVgo charging. We'll see how that works out. I'm going to let the Cybertruck do the routing for now. It wants me to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 5-minute stop, a 17-minute stop, a 15, a 13, a 15, a 22. So it might me make a lot of stops. I'm going to change that around. But for now, we're going to get on the road, showing I'm going to arrive tonight at 6:09 p.m. plus the time change. It's showing around 7 p.m. I'm hoping to get there about 6 p.m. They may be on the same time. Nashville, maybe. I'm not sure. Mount Juliet. Yeah, they're on the same time zone. I should be able to hit there by 6 p.m. Let's go ahead and get on the road and see how it goes. I'll be back with you here shortly. So part of the objective is leaving this early is always, number one, I'm always up early anyway, and get the most amount of miles in when I have a big road trip. The other thing is avoiding the city traffic. So first city I've got to go through is Dallas, Texas. So I'm going to cut right down through the city. And, it's Monday morning, 6:08 a.m. I wanted to be out of here between 5:45 and 6. So I'm just a few minutes behind schedule. Not a big deal, but hopefully I can avoid that traffic. You can see the roads are completely empty here in the neighborhood. I'm in the Flower Mound, Texas area, and there's just nothing going on. So that's a good thing. We'll see how it goes. Let's get riding and report back here very, very shortly. By the way, I love the lighting on the Cybertruck. You can see it just lights things up. I know it would be better if it had the Matrix headlights like my Model Y Juniper, but I'll tell you something, they work very, very well. So no complaints at all on the lights. The auto high beams work great. I mean, look how bright that is headed up through here. It just lights it up like daylight. So anyway, I'm going to give you a lot of impressions as we ride. We just got started less than a mile into the trip, and horrible consumption because we've been preconditioning the cabin. But again, we were charged up to 100%. Let me talk about that for a minute. This truck is 10 months old, 18,000 miles, and I've lost about 3 miles of predicted EPA estimated range. So originally it showed 325, it now shows 322. Not disappointed in that at all. I've seen worse degradation on previous Teslas, but this thing seems to be very, very good overall. Absolutely love the Cybertruck. I had posted, sorry, I was getting my charging cable out. I had posted a little video asking your opinion on which vehicle I should take. The Mercedes EQS 580 SUV, the Rivian R1T, the Tesla Model Y Juniper, or the Tesla Cybertruck, and most of the responses that I got said Cybertruck. So that's why I'm in this. I'm going to drive this up to Virginia, and I'm actually going to leave it up there and fly back. I've got some business to take care of, and I've got flights. So yeah, we'll see how this thing does. It's been a minute since I've road tripped in the Cybertruck, but I really love this thing for road tripping. Does very, very well overall. Of course, it's tied in natively to the Tesla charging network. I am probably going to hit some EVgo charging along the way. Those are at the Pilot Flying J's. And for those that follow, I have until July of 2026 unlimited free charging on EVgo, because I had bought a Cadillac Lyriq and they gave me, not the Cadillac Lyriq, 2 years of free EVgo charging. My choices were a free home charger with installation, or, listen to that noise. Doesn't that motor winding down sound pretty cool? Anyway, I got a choice of a home charger and installation by a certified electrician, or 2 years of free EVgo charging for my vehicles. I chose the 2 years free, and ended up getting rid of the Lyriq because it was a horrible electric vehicle. The charging was just horrific. If you charge at home, nobody cares, but when you road trip, this thing derates almost after one charge. It would only charge at like 50 kilowatts. I couldn't cross-country road trip in it. I ended up not road tripping hardly at all. I bought it new. I only put 4,000 miles on it, got rid of it fairly quickly, and very disappointed in that vehicle, very disappointed in GM Cadillac. I mean, it's their first generation. What a beautiful car, though, inside and out. But I got to tell you, the EQS is leaps and bounds better quality, better vehicle, better ride, better handling, better feel, better technology, and the charging works exceedingly well. I flew to pick that up the other week, about 3 weeks ago, almost exactly, to Nashville, Tennessee. Road tripped it back all the same day. Flew up, landed, went to the dealership, wired the money, paid the car, signed the paperwork, jumped in the car and drove it back. And you can find that video out there on my videos. And the thing was flawless. It charged like a beast. It was ready before I was most of the trip. And it charges better than the Cybertruck, frankly. Quicker, puts on more energy, more efficient, and is a better road tripper. It and the Model Y Juniper by far the two best road trippers I have. The trucks definitely road trip slower, and you tend to wait on them a little bit just because they're so inefficient, so big, so heavy. And I'm talking the Rivian and the Cybertruck. Whereas that EQS, that thing's ready before you are. I mean, it holds a very high charging speed deep into the pack, high state of charge, fast charging. So what a great road tripper. I'm very, very pleased with that vehicle. And of course, I love the Model Y Juniper, but the Mercedes quality, build quality, amenities, what a machine. So anyhow, off we are, starting out the morning. Let's see, we've already driven, it's still showing 322 miles, and we've already driven 3 miles. So still some BMS calibrations needed. I think if I ran this thing down there dead and top charged it, it would come back up to close to 325, if not all the way. Anyway, all right, I'm going to check into my stops, figure out what I'm going to do. I think, like I said, I'm going to hit the EVgo network along the way. We'll see how that works out. And I'm going to reduce the charging stops, and I'm going to increase the, hopefully my ETA, improve my ETA, I should say. So, all right, I'll be back with you shortly as we're riding down through Dallas, Texas this morning. Thanks for following along. By the way, I'll say this early on the video. If you enjoy this kind of real-world EV content, it's charging, it's road tripping, it's everything just living with an electric vehicle, click like, click subscribe, Shoot me a comment. Feel free. I love to hear your feedback, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. I do appreciate all feedback. Yeah, this is no fancy music, no fancy overlays. It's me, you, and the camera as we ride along. And we'll be talking, charging, enjoying, and road tripping in electric vehicles. And today and tomorrow, it'll be in this Tesla Cybertruck. This is going to be a long video. Lots of me talking and giving you my feedback. And if you enjoy that, like I said, follow along. All right, I'll be back with you momentarily. Okay, so we're 20 minutes into the trip. You can see we've only gone a few miles, but yeah, we're on 35E south, headed down into Dallas, and it is bumper-to-bumper traffic, although I've seen it much, much heavier. We're moving along at a pretty good clip. It's a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit interstate, and what it is 35 north and south. What happens is when it comes around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, 35E kind of goes through Dallas, 35W goes through Fort Worth, so it splits apart around the city, around the Metroplex, which makes a lot of sense based on the population and how busy it is. But this thing is almost always under construction, super, super busy, and you can see the toll lanes over there are opened up, which you would be surprised make absolute sense to pay a little bit of money to jump on those. So it's probably what we're going to do. I'm going to focus on driving. I'm not using FSD yet. I will be using FSD for most of the trip, but so far the truck is doing a great job. Let's ride along and enjoy the morning, and let's hopefully get through Dallas-Fort Worth traffic and on the other side here in the next half an hour. I'll report back with an update as we ride along here early AM on a Monday morning on a cross-country road trip. This is about a 1,200-mile trip, by the way. It's going to be a long one. Again, today we're just road tripping up there to Mount Juliet, Tennessee, which I'm guessing is about 800 miles. We'll take a look at that, and I'll update you on that in a bit. It probably showed earlier on the video clip when I showed the ETA when I first plugged it in. But yeah, it's quite a journey here this morning for sure. So right there you can see the express lanes are opened up, and we're going to jump on them. Let me take a look. Well, maybe not, because I would just have to jump back off in 3/4 of a mile for the President George Bush Turnpike. So we need to get over to the right anyway in 1.7 miles. So let's go ahead and edge over one lane now. There's a cool looking trike riding up through here. I'll tell you what, that's pretty bold to me, riding through a Monday morning early rush and riding down through here on a trike. And again, it's nice out. I mean, we're in late October of 2025 and it's 64 degrees before the sun's come up. It's supposed to be 90 here today in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which is perfect weather. But unfortunately, I am headed north where it's going to be cold. So let's see how this goes. It's going to be a fun one today. And you can see right up here in 0.7 of a mile, let's go ahead and jump over, is the George Bush Turnpike. Anyway, isn't this traffic kind of crazy this morning? Let me know what you think. All right, off we go. I'll be back with you in a minute. Okay, well, we are making great progress. We're on the President George Bush Turnpike, headed down through Dallas. So far, doing great. I did change my routing. First stop's going to be the EVgo Pilot Flying J electrical vehicle charging station in Texarkana, Texas. We're about 200 miles away. It says we're going to get there with 14%. I removed the hotel as a final destination because it wanted me to charge before this charger in Nash, Texas, which, you know, I don't want to do. We're going to try to go straight to this EVgo. The advantage of using the EVgo when I'm road tripping in the Cybertruck is the Cybertruck can charge technically up to 500 kilowatts. I've seen 350 kilowatt charging on the EVgo chargers multiple times in the past, and arriving there with 14%, I'm going to save myself a couple of minutes. Number one, the Pilot Flying J's are right off the interstate. They typically, number two, they typically work pretty well. And number three, I get faster charging speeds than I will at a Tesla supercharger. Right now, the fastest I can get at a Tesla supercharger, if it's a version 4 dispenser with the version 3 cabinets, they call them version 3.5s. There's some of those throughout the country. I can charge, and they're the new white charging posts. I can charge it up to 325 kilowatt at those. However, this truck can do more. There is one station, an actual version 4 station open in California right now, as of the time I'm recording this, that will charge this truck up to 500 kilowatts. Bottom line is, I've seen faster charging at the EVgo's because of the 350 kilowatt charging. It's faster than anything Tesla can do for this vehicle currently. So the disadvantage is it's not the Tesla network. I have to use my adapter, which I have an A to Z Cybertruck charging adapter. But still, I save time. So that's the plan right now. We're going to keep an eye on it as we go. I can check the EVgo app. I can see if the units are being used. I'm only just under 3 hours away. I've been driving 20 miles. Looks like I got to go 193 more. So that would be about 213 total miles on a charge with only 14% left in the battery. So real world kind of max around 250 miles based on high-speed highway driving. Running around town, I mean, you can realistically get to 300 miles in this thing, but yeah, not at these speeds. So far I'm averaging 394 watt hours per mile. Not too bad, but keep in mind we're picking up highway speeds now, so my efficiency will decrease. I'll keep you posted as we go. I've figured out my first stop. We're going to get there, and then we'll figure everything out after that. Until then, it'll be daylight. I'll be ready to stretch my legs, use the restroom, and get a quick splash and dash and keep rolling. I like to get a good 3 hours in the first leg, 3 hours plus. This will be, about 3 hours and how long have I been driving? 23 out. I've been driving 25 minutes. So 3 hours and 10 minutes, that's a good first leg. Let's get there and kind of go from there. I'll be back with you shortly. Look at the traffic. It's just steady. Nothing crazy this morning, but definitely steady traffic. All right. I'll be back with you shortly. It's so nice to have FSD. You know, traffic's lightened up a little bit. I always like to drive the first segment of any trip, just get my bearings, figure out, where I'm going, what, I didn't look at anything the night before. I've road tripped so much in Teslas, even driving across the country. Back in the day, I'm talking 3.5 years ago, it's not that long ago, but for me, that's when I started out with electric vehicles. I would go on a Better Route Planner, which is a great piece of software, and I would plug in my vehicle. I already had that in my profile, where I'm going from and to, and it would recommend all the charging stops. I'd look through, I'd map it out. I really don't have to do that anymore. There's so many chargers. The Tesla navigation is so good, and I'm going to use some EVgo stations this time, like I mentioned. I just simply go on the EVgo app, look along the route, and there they are. It's just become so easy. So yeah, it's just an easy road trip. But now, once I've kind of figured all that out, I've got my first stop in, just kick on FSD, set my speed where I want it by scrolling up and down on this right scroll wheel, and the car will get me there. It's just going to go ahead and drive me to this Pilot Flying J charger, which is great. That's all I've got to do. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. And that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Sit back with me, relax, and enjoy the ride here as we head to Roanoke, Virginia. Again, just over 1,200 miles from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I will let you know how many miles it is from where I live in the Flower Mound area to Mount Juliet, Tennessee, which is where I'm going today. It's going to be an interesting ride for sure. Hopefully it's uneventful, and we get there safely and smoothly, and no major issues. And let's just keep our fingers crossed. Let's stay alert, and we'll ride on. I'll be back with you here in just a little bit with another update. So just to give you that update, from where I live in the Flower Mound, Texas area to Mount Juliet, Tennessee, the hotel I'm charging at is about 725 miles, give or take. And from Mount Juliet to Roanoke, Virginia for tomorrow is about 425 miles, about 1,150 total miles. So we're going to do over 700 miles today and over 400 miles tomorrow. No big deal. I've got meetings tomorrow afternoon and evening in Roanoke, Virginia. And I've got conference calls pretty much throughout the day today. So it's early yet. None of my calls have started. I'm going to sit back and relax and listen to a little podcast, learn a little bit, and keep riding on this wonderful drive here in the Cybertruck using full self-driving. Absolutely love it. And yeah, I'll be back with you in just a little bit. By the way, just a quick stat update. I'm 41 miles into the trip, 425 watt-hours per mile. The truck's doing great. We're basically through all the major traffic areas. Just got to get down here and jump on 30 East, but traffic's opened up. I think I beat the rush hour, which was my goal. If I'd have left 15, 20 minutes later, it could have held me up a half an hour plus. So I think we're good. We'll, fingers crossed, but once we get on 30 and ride east a few miles, we'll be past all this. So very, very close to getting past the Dallas area here early morning on Monday. 59 degrees out, though. It is a little chillier as I've hit highway speed. So hopefully it warms up throughout the day. Again, it's supposed to be 90 in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but I have a feeling it's way colder. I haven't even looked at the weather. I just know this time of year, when you're in late October, you can almost expect pretty cold temperatures when I'm up north. So that's where I'm headed. Be up there for a few days, back to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then I've got another road trip coming up next week. Probably, I'm going to either take the EQS or the Model Y. I haven't figured it out yet, but it's going to be a interesting one for sure. So more details to follow as I am back with you in just a little bit. Beautiful skyline. Look at that. The reds, the blues. It is lightening up, and the sun will be coming up soon. 6:51 a.m. and you'll see riding 30 all the way over 167 miles to the exit, number 7, which is Texarkana, Texas, or Texarkana, Arkansas. Don't remember which, but they're at that Pilot Flying J. Interesting, we'll ride 30 all the way into, sorry, I'm merging into traffic here. We will ride Interstate 30 all the way into Little Rock, Arkansas. Then, once we get to Little Rock, we'll jump on 40 east. And we'll ride 40 all the way up into Virginia, and then it's 81 north, and then 581 into Roanoke, Virginia. So, all major interstate, pretty easy ride. Done it many, many times. And, yeah, I took over manually driving again. I tend to do that in the early AM hours or when I'm getting going on a trip. I like to feel the drive a little bit. I mean, the self-driving stuff's fantastic, but this is a pretty fun vehicle to drive. So, you know, I like to do that somewhat. Anyway, yep, it's lightening up out. Take a look at that skyline. Isn't that cool? It's going to be a pretty day. Hopefully we've got good weather the whole way today and tomorrow. We'll see how it goes, though. Okay, I'll report back. We're only 48 miles into the trip. I know I've given you a lot of updates. I'm going to sit back, relax, enjoy the ride for a while. Report back, still floating around 424 watt-hours per mile. And the truck is doing great, as always. So, be back shortly. Okay, so the sun is starting to come up. The sky is lightening up. We have been driving for an hour and 10 minutes, 75 miles, 410 watt-hours per mile. Lots of construction this morning. I mean, I've been in construction most of the way when I've been on Interstate 30 here, and we're all the way out in the country, and you know, we're definitely outside of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and just still tons of construction. So hopefully that improves. We've got just under 2 hours to go. Should arrive with around 15% in 138 miles to the charging station in Texarkana, to the EVgo. So, and by the way, that charger that we're headed to has two 350 kilowatt chargers. Each charger has two charging handles. If two vehicles plug in at the same time and use both handles, it's 175 kilowatts a piece theoretically. The most I have seen is about 155 on a split charging session. Regardless, though, we will be there very shortly. Just a couple hours, showing arriving again at 9:13 a.m. and it's 7:18 a.m. now, 60 degrees. It's warmed up just a couple of degrees as the sun is starting to come up here, heading east out into the country here in Texas towards the Arkansas state line. So, yeah, gonna be a long one today. Lots of traveling yet to do, but glad that I've made it through that initial part and can kind of sit back and relax once we get through this construction. FSD is doing a great job, by the way. I'm just kind of chilling out and letting the car drive me, and it's done really, really well through all this construction, so that's a good thing for sure. Anyway, I'll report back here in a little bit as we get further east on Interstate 30. Oh, and there you go. It is light out. The sun is just starting to peek up over there in the distance. You can just see it right there. And FSD is still doing its job. I am riding along and enjoying it. Glad to see the sun here this morning. Let's take a look at what's going on with their stats. 429 watt-hours per mile. We are riding along on highway speeds, officially consuming more than the lifetime average of the vehicle, which is, I'm going to say, roughly 90% highway miles. Yeah, we've been driving 97 miles so far, an hour and 27 minutes. We have an hour and 38 minutes to go, so we're about halfway there, 117 miles to go. 9:12 a.m. is our ETA, showing we're going to arrive with 16%. We'll see how that goes. But it is 57 degrees out, so it's actually colder over here than where I was over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Beautiful, beautiful morning. I've got 65% left on the battery, and we are just cruising along. So stay with me. I will keep you updated and try to get back to you here in just a little bit. Well, it's a beautiful morning, 8:07 a.m., but it is cold, 58 degrees. It was down to 55, 57, now it's up to 58, but wow, is it cold. I can feel the coldness coming through the windows of the car. Anyway, 458 watt-hours per mile, not great efficiency, but running along at highway speeds. 9:09 a.m. is now my ETA. 13% estimated state of charge upon arrival in 73 miles, about 1 hour. So we're making good progress, 45% on the battery. And notice I've used 55% of the battery to go 141 miles. So obviously not going to get 322 miles as it suggests. Highway speeds kill range. Anyway, not terrible efficiency, but not the best either. You can see my lifetime down here, 427 watt-hours per mile. The sun is up. It is bright. And we are simply riding along, trying to enjoy the drive here this morning. Oh, can't get around this guy. Let's jump back, FSD. This U-Haul's pulling a trailer, doing the speed limit, and he has been camping in the left lane for a while. So it's pretty normal in these drives, and he is all over the road. Usually, unfortunately, these are fairly unsafe vehicles, so I need to back off just a little bit and put some distance between him and I, some space, or she and I, whoever's driving, whatever vehicle it is. Anyway, I'll be back with you here shortly. I'm enjoying the ride here this morning. Like I said, 142 miles in, 2 hours and 1 minute. Been a good ride. Love the Cybertruck. So, I don't know about you, but, on a road trip, every 2 to 3 hours I have to stop, use the restroom, stretch my legs, whatever. And that certainly wasn't the case when I was younger. I mean, there was many times I would drive 8, 9, even 10 hours non-stop in vehicles that had very big fuel tanks without stopping. I simply cannot do that anymore. I am 2 hours and 12 minutes into this trip, 460 watt-hours per mile. This is that terrible efficiency stretch. I always get terrible efficiency across this stretch. But anyway, I need to stop and use the restroom. I'm going to make it to this Pilot Flying J. But the point is, that's about the max for me on a trip. And it's not like I've been sitting here drinking a ton of liquid. I had a little bit, but, I'm older. I'm 50 years old, just over 50. And as you get older, you need to stop for health and personal reasons every couple hours. I'll stop, I'll walk around a little bit, I'll go use the restroom, I'll come back, and I'll take off. The truck really should not hold me up much at all today. And I can tell you, if I was in the EQS or the Model Y, it wouldn't hold me up at all. But in this vehicle, it's just such a big battery. It's not efficient compared to the other two, and it just sucks down the juice. I may have to charge a little longer at some of these stops than I would like to. We'll see how that goes, and we'll see how much extra it holds me up today. But so far, I'm pleased. I'm making good time. I'm 158 miles into this. We're going to just call it 700-mile trip for easy numbers, meaning we're making great progress. Till we stop, we'll be 200 miles into the trip. That's a good over quarter of the way there in that first leg. So I'm pleased with that. If I can continue to make good progress. So far, very light traffic overall. Bear with me 1 second. Trying to adjust this window. Hear that wind noise? Yeah, it's that seal. Anyway, they adjusted that once for me before. It's that window seal that's leaking air, but it's fine. Anyway, yeah, I'm making good progress. Traffic's not been that bad. I'm hoping that I can make it there before 6 p.m. this evening. We'll see how it goes. But all in all, I'm going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the drive. 37% on the battery, 53 degrees out. It is cold. Very cold. So, thanks for following along. 18,208 miles overall on the odometer. And it is a beautiful morning here in Texas. Okay, so we're only 30 minutes away, 9:06 a.m., just jumped to 29 minutes, to the charger. So we've made decent time this morning, not a ton of traffic. We've been driving for 2.5 hours, and like I said, we're 30 minutes out. So that's 3 hours for the first stop, 180 miles driven, 474 watt-hours per mile. Terrible efficiency. Absolutely horrible. We're running at highway speeds. It's 57 degrees out. The cold weather is definitely affecting it. But it is what it is. We're still going to get there with about 13% on the battery. And, yeah, I'm riding along. So far, just overall, not the smoothest, not the quietest, definitely not the luxury feel of the EQS, but really a great riding and driving pickup truck, the Cybertruck is. But the full self-driving is just out of this world. I've got my hand back here. I'm just sitting relaxing and the car's driving me. I've been on calls in between all these clips, and it is just so nice to have it switch lanes, go around traffic, switch back, and do what it needs to do as I ride, and in between phone calls, listen to a podcast. Got good wheel time to think and process, decompress. I think driving for me is, road tripping like this is fairly therapeutic. I enjoy it. And the FSD's just taken all that to a new level. So, although I love vehicles like the Rivian and the Mercedes EQS that I have and others, man, the full self-driving is just a game changer on these super long trips. And this is a long one today. You know, when I get to this charger, I still have 500 miles left. So it's a lot to do in one day, and I'm doing it in an electric vehicle. So that says a lot about grid infrastructure and confidence in electric vehicles. Let's see how it goes, but so far, you know, this is great. I mean, what more do you want? I need to stop and use the restroom probably 10 minutes ago. I'll make it this next 27 minutes, but the car is generally better than I am anymore, which is incredible, which makes electric work for me. And the cost savings, I looked last night with 18,000 miles on this vehicle, I've saved about $2,200 in fuel. I get a lot of free charging at hotels. I get very discounted charging at home and at my office. And then I've got some free charging with EVgo. But all in all, I've saved $2,200 in fuel in 18,000 miles. That's remarkable. It adds up. It really adds up. So, nonetheless, this is a good trip so far. Looking forward to getting to this stop, getting plugged in, and running in and using the restroom. I'll keep you posted as we go. We're close now. We're very close. So many of you have seen the rear view mirror on this Cybertruck, and let's see. Can't remember where that's at. Might be under safety. Did I miss it there? Oh yeah, rear view camera. So there it is. And you can put it there. You can put it over here. Here's the thing. I'm going to be honest. It's kind of terrible. You can click and zoom in and out on that. Changing your view. At the end of the day, right here's your best option. Like, this is absolutely fantastic. This is Test Studio's rear view mirror. Now, it has a front camera right there as well. So you can split view this and show forward facing and rear facing. Honestly, all I need is this rear view mirror camera. It integrates well with the current housing. There's a camera on the outside of the truck that'll try to show you here at my charging stop. But this thing is awesome. So in the description of the video, there's a link, by the way. If you're looking to buy a Tesla, a Cybertruck, or any Tesla, click the referral link in there. It'll help you. It gets you some money off your vehicle. Depending on the promotions, it changes all the time. It gives me some referral points or whatever. But Test Studio, there's a discount in there for their rear view mirror. I mentioned EV Base earlier. They make those great running boards and some other really cool products for the Cybertruck. Check those out. But this is a must-have if you have a Cybertruck. This rear view mirror, absolute game changer. I had that in my Ram pickup, my previous Ram pickup. The Ram pickup I have now, or that I use regularly now, it's in Virginia, it has a regular rear view mirror, which is fine, but there's no visibility in the Cybertruck. You know, with the tonneau cover up, take a look at this, you can't see out. You can't see anything. So the mirror, the normal mirror here is useless. This Test Studio mirror is amazing. I highly recommend it. I love the thing. You can see it from any angle. It's got a great view. You can just see out over the tonneau cover. You can see if the tonneau cover is open or closed. And you can always use the cameras in the car. So when I stop, it'll shut that camera off. But I can click this and see the cameras. The forward-facing camera, there's the front camera, the two side cameras, and the back camera. And notice this has a washer on the front camera built in by Tesla. The rear one does not, but so I have that rear view if I want it. I have this rear view. This is awesome. Highly recommend getting one of these. They actually have a newer version of this out now that has a little wider, less bezel, a little bit thinner, but this is fine. Really great deals on these things, and a major needed add-on for the Cybertruck. Highly recommend it. And if you're in the DFW area, a friend of mine, his name's Robert, reach out to me through messages if you need his contact. He'll install this for you. He did mine. He does a great job. He installs tons of aftermarket accessories for Tesla, Rivian, and really any EV. He also does a great job with PPF, tinting, etc. Great guy. I've known him for years now, and just does amazing work. And he installed this in my Cybertruck. I mean, I love this thing. That's one of the best additions I've made to the Cybertruck. The running boards are clutch. They're fantastic. They're a must-have. And this is too. Some of the other mods, they're give or take. In the bed, there's the bed divider that locks in. And I believe I got that from EVbase. There's a bed mat. There's some cargo deep trunk dividers. There's the net for the front trunk. I mean, there's some cool accessories, but I'll tell you all, the running boards and this would be my two favorite. And again, Test Studio and EVbase, both of them, my code is BYTESLA. Feel free to use it. This is not an infomercial. I'm just sharing real world the stuff I like, and those folks give me discount codes to share. So this is not a primary source of income for me. I do this for fun. Really don't care about any of that. I'm just trying to help you out, giving you good feedback on what a good product is. So anyway, that's one I would check out for sure. So yeah, so far the trip's going well. I'm 196 miles in. I've only got 17 miles to go. 13% estimated state of charge upon arrival. It's warming up a little bit, 57 degrees out, almost 9 a.m. Happy to be riding along and happy to be clicking miles off underneath me. So it's been a good trip so far. I'll update you here in just a little bit. So right at 10 miles out, as I'm passing through Texarkana, preconditioning battery for fast charging. Great job Tesla having integration with third-party DC fast chargers. As long as you navigate through them, it'll precondition the battery, meaning you'll get the maximum charging speed possible at whatever state of charge you're at. By the way, here's a Tesla charger in Texarkana. Charged there many times. 8 out of 8 stalls available. It's a 150 kilowatt charger. It's right up there on the right at that Olive Garden. See it? Anyway, that used to be about the only one over this way. And when I first got my Teslas, I would charge there all the time. I don't think I've charged there in probably a couple of years. Well, I take that back. Maybe a year and a half ago, I stayed at a hotel near there, and I popped over there to throw some juice in. But along the interstate route, I don't think I've used that in a long time. But yeah, so we are preconditioning, meaning we're going to get some good speeds. One thing I learned, I've got a few things plugged into the power outlets. I've got this little accessory thing here that has USB-C cables that are retractable. You can plug in a regular AC outlet. It plugs into the AC outlet in here and provides accessory power, or not accessory power, provides outlet power to my devices. And then also I've got a refrigerator down here. Those shut off when you hit 20%, because what happens is, and I didn't know this, but let me click this under outlets and mods. Look at that. All outlets turn off when the vehicle enters low power mode. And it says they're disabled in low power mode. And I have keep outlets on, it shut that off, and right here, low power mode's on automatic at 20%. So I may want to lower that down to like 10%, because I want to keep my refrigerator and my stuff on. There we go. So I set it, I think the lowest you can set it at, which it is 10%. So now low power mode's 10%. We'll see. I doubt it'll flip them back on. Oh, it did. Okay, good. So my outlets are on there. Some of my stuff power up and keep outlets on. That's good. So I didn't know that. That's good to know. So I'm going to keep that set at 10%, which is the as far low as you can go, so that my fridge and my devices can stay running. And those devices aren't sponsored. That's something I bought. I did get a discount, but I'm not going to get into any details on those. Those vendors really aren't looking to sell any type of volume on those items, so not a big deal. But it is nice. I like to have refrigerators in my vehicles when I'm road tripping, so it's nice having one in the front cabin here between the seats. Anyhow, yeah, that rear view mirror, again, fantastic item. So it's the first real road trip I've taken since I've had that installed, and I'm just really happy with it. I like it a lot. So, and by the way, you can get those for other Tesla vehicles. Just In the Cybertruck, it's a must because of the rear view mirror, limited visibility. So we're 6 minutes out, arriving at 9:04. It looks like we shaved off about 10 minutes on this leg, which is great. If we can keep doing that every leg, we can make it there, you know, half an hour, 45 minutes sooner, which is be wonderful. Just riding along at highway speeds here as we go. Jumping off exit 7 coming up. And let's see where we're at right now. I've stayed off most of these exits fairly often over the years, or quite a bit, I should say. So we are in Arkansas. We're counting up now. We're at exit 2. We just crossed into Arkansas maybe a few minutes ago. It might have been while I was talking to you. I didn't see the signage. You may have. But welcome to Arkansas. See, I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes as I get off the exit for this EVgo Pilot Flying J. We are 208 miles into the trip, 477 watt-hours per mile. Terrible efficiency, like I've mentioned, but comfortable ride. I'm glad I figured out that outlet power thing and that low power mode. So I'm glad that that's on there. I'm glad it shuts that stuff off, and I'm glad I can set it at the level I want. So that helps. Okay, I'll be back here shortly. Okay, here we go. Jumping off the exit now. FSD rolling us in. Got our vehicle off on the side. And we got to get off this exit and go left. And the Flying J electric vehicle charging station is over this way then. We are clear. And it is going. Good job, Tesla. And if this is the stop I'm thinking of, I'll take off early because I can turn in right here and go along. I believe it is. Although, I don't know that it matters much. Let me follow the way it wants to take me, and the chargers are back here. So I'm gonna take over right now. And we've got a guy blocking the chargers. Trash guy. Block him. He'll have to back up because he is blocking my ability to charge where I want it. So it's okay, he can back up. Okay, let me get plugged in. I'll be right back with you. Okay, so we're plugged in and checking cable safety. Right away it popped up payment authorized because I have it in my Auto Charge Plus, and I'm hearing things clicking. Should say matching voltage in a second. By the way, let me show you real quickly. Here is that camera, and I've got that nice housing around the camera. That's for that rear view mirror by Test Studio. Here we go, matching voltage and starting to charge. Let's see what kind of speeds we jump up to. I did notice with the Cybertruck it ramps up. And by the way, I thanked him. He was emptying out all these trash cans, which is great, and I appreciate that. But it jumps up pretty quick here on these 800 volt chargers versus a Tesla charger. And you take a look, I'm pulling, as I said, it's not limited to 325. It'll pull 350 kilowatts. And here at 13%, we're pulling 346. So great job, EVgo, Pilot Flying J, GM Energy, all of the above. I'm getting full speed here on the Cybertruck, which is exactly what I want. And I've heard people say the Cybertruck's software limited. It's not. It's just charging station limited. So it's nice that I can get full power here on this EVgo charger. I mean, I've been here a minute And check it out, already 4 kilowatt hours of energy. This thing cranks at these low states of charge. So anyway, I'm gonna empty the trash out, run in and use the restroom. Again, there's another look at that rear view camera. And I'll be back with you in a minute. We'll figure out where we're going. Okay, here we are walking back to the chargers. And again, it's two 350 kilowatt. I like the lights on the top. This blue light tells me that it's working. If it's red, it's out of service. I've seen that before. Green means there's a vehicle charging. And so that's pretty nice. Here is the Denny's Flying J right off the interstate. And you'll notice it's two 350 kilowatt with simultaneous charging. Pretty nice chargers. And let's take a look and see how the Cybertruck is doing. Well, that's not good. It just stopped as I walked up to the vehicle. No idea why. That's not good. Let me jump off and I'll be right back with you. So it did that to me yesterday at the Whole Foods in Highland Village, Texas. When I walked up to the truck, it stopped charging. I have no idea why it's doing that. I don't know if it's something with the latest software update or when the truck unlocks or what, but I'm at 33% already. I've only been in there a few minutes. I'll take a look at the charging logs and let you know. But I put on a lot of power quick, and at 33%, we're still pulling over 250 kilowatts. What I did is quickly just unplugged that handle, plugged in with that handle back to the car, and I'm charging. So yeah, that's crazy. I have no idea how that happened, but I pulled in at 9:04. And let's take a look in the car. It's 9:13, so we've been here about 9 minutes, maybe 8 or 9 minutes we've been plugged in. Water vapor may be visible during fast charging. Charging can proceed normally. It's a good tip for the cold weather. Anyway, 214 kilowatts still. We're up to 35%, 36%, 114 miles in the battery. I need to figure out why it's doing that. Why is it stopping? That's strange. It did that exact same behavior yesterday. I walked up to the car and it was finishing as I walked up. It just stopped, and I heard it click off as I walked up this time. So something goofy going on there for sure. Oh, this is cool. That's a new animation. It shows a third-party DC fast charger. So good job with that, Tesla. That's pretty cool. But yeah, it shouldn't stop charging like that. That's weird. I will, I'm gonna check into that. I thought maybe I clicked something on the phone yesterday that caused it, but today I was on the camera, and I definitely didn't cause it to stop. So yeah, that's interesting behavior. Anyway, let me figure out where I'm going and exactly how long I've been here, and I'll be back with you shortly. So that last charging session where it got interrupted, I was there 6 minutes. It put on 26 kilowatt hours of energy, and then you saw I plugged back in and it was still pulling around 250 kilowatts. It's tapered down now. I'm at 53%. It's pulling 137 kilowatts to full. 55 minutes remaining. I have been sitting here for a minute figuring out my next stop. My next stop's going to be the EVgo charger in Benton, Arkansas. There are bailout options before and after that. It's showing one vehicle plugged in currently. If I leave right now, I get there with about 5%. I'm going to wait a bit. It's cold. I've been using more range than I expected, so I'm going to probably just sit here for a few more minutes. Then after that, the next stop will be West Memphis, Arkansas, right before Memphis, Tennessee. There's another EVgo charger. So plan is I'm going to try to hit as many EVgo chargers today as I can. We're making good progress overall. Going to arrive to this next charger around 11 a.m. That's just fine. And yeah, everything in the vehicle is working just fine. I have no idea why it stopped. We're going to watch that behavior and see if that persists. Could be something with the latest software update. Again, I hadn't seen that before. It happened for the first time ever yesterday or the day before. I think it was yesterday. I was running errands in this, plugged in, walked out to the car, and it stopped just like it did today. So that's strange behavior. Not sure why, but anyway, let this top up. I want to get at least 10% on there estimated, and then we're going to take off. So I'll be back with you shortly. And by the way, this is the thing. The Cybertruck puts on a lot of energy pretty fast, up to 50%. Then it charges fairly slow after that. Unlike my Mercedes EQS, it's super efficient. I would already be back on the road. So it does hold you up. I'm going to say an extra 5 minutes on this stop, just estimated right now, of time delayed where I could be rolling. So Just bigger, less efficient vehicle. Probably 5 minutes slower than the EQS or the Model Y Juniper on this first stop. So I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, so we've been charging for 20 minutes. That's plenty of time. We got 14% remaining. I just finished email. I went ahead and cleaned those up quickly. It's 59 degrees out, 9:27 a.m. Like I said, we've been here 20 minutes plugged in. It's time to unplug and hit the road at 63%, still pulling 103 kilowatts. Let's hit stop charging, unlock charging port. Let's go grab our stuff and hit the road. Okay, I got to yank out this CCS adapter, and let me get this unplugged, and I'll be back with you in a minute. So I would say that was a pretty successful charging stop. Now, with that being said, could it have been quicker? Absolutely. That was about, and I'm trying to give you a real world perspective. That was about 5 minutes of wasted time where I could have been on the road sooner. I was there 20, 21 minutes. I could have been there 14, 15 minutes to do what I needed to do. Use the restroom, sort some stuff out, check my messages, whatever. I stalled and delayed about 5-6 minutes. So, again, had I been in one of my other vehicles that's more efficient, not that they charge better, it's just that they're more efficient, I absolutely would have been out of there quicker and more quickly been on the road. So it's interesting to kind of see how it works. But, you know, hey, at the end of the day, the one advantage here is the full self-driving. I mean, it's been driving me since you watched me pull out and get on the interstate. That's clutch. That's key. Shows I'm going to arrive with 15%. We're just going to ride along and enjoy. We're just another 112 miles on this same stretch of road until we hit Benton, Arkansas. Now, right after Benton is Little Rock. And then, of course, we get on I-40 headed up towards Memphis. And so we're going to be doing probably just some splash and dashes like you just saw, 15 to 20, 25 minute stops on to the next EVgo charger if we can hit them. Hey, free juice is free. We're going to keep trying to do that. So we're going to ride along and attempt to hit those as we go. I want to figure out this weird charging bug where it stopped. That's 2 times now it's done that for me, and I have no idea why. So I may have to close the Tesla app or something. You know, I don't know what could be causing that. So I may try doing that at the next stop when I walk away. You know, close the Tesla app, keep the EVgo app open to make sure I'm still charging. And then when I walk up to the car, we'll see what happens. And then when we unlock it, does it stop charging? I mean, that's going to be interesting. So we'll see how it plays out. Meanwhile, I'm going to grab a cooled beverage out of the refrigerator in here, a cold refreshment, and I'm going to enjoy my morning. It's 9:30 a.m. I've got more calls to make, and I'm just going to ride along and do that and get up here to the next charger in about an hour and a half. These are the fun ones to me now. Hour and a half stops, 2-hour stops, just quick splash and dashes and rides. So unfortunately, this charging curve in the Cybertruck, it does not make sense to sit there much past 50%. Not when I can pull nearly double the speeds down low. So we're going to do the Tesla hop here, charger to charger, more than likely today. But hey, I'm making progress. I am 217 miles into the trip, 480 watt-hours per mile. Terrible efficiency, but making decent time so far this morning. Leaving the house a little after 6 a.m. It's 9:30 now. I'm pleased with that. And that was a good charging stop overall. Again, a couple little bugs, which we'll try to figure out. So, back with you shortly. Well, it's 60 degrees out now. Feels a little bit warmer through the windows. 9:43 a.m. I'm sitting at 54% on the battery. We're just sitting here and riding along as self-driving drives me to Virginia. 11:04 a.m. is my ETA to the next charger in Benton. Right off this same interstate, get off exit 121 and right across the interstate, just like this last one. Should be a pretty easy stop. Like I said, 95 miles I get off the exit, 96 miles to go total. Should arrive with around 13%. Now here's the big news. Inefficiency sucks. 566 watt-hours per mile. Now keep in mind, I just unplugged from a DC fast charger, so it's going to be terrible as it's cooling the battery pack down. But we're not riding along at any crazy highway speeds. This is a super inefficient stretch of road, and normally I would guess I'd be around 475 to 525 watt-hours per mile. This at 568 is really, really bad. We'll kind of see what happens. Does it improve as I go? We'll see. Overall for the trip, terrible efficiency overall too, 483 watt-hours per mile for the last 233 miles. Let's see what happens as we ride. Again, not the most efficient vehicle out there, but you can see by my lifetime average, much better than what you're seeing today. We'll kind of see what happens. We're going to ride along, enjoy ourselves, and I'll be back with you for another update shortly. So efficiency is slowly improving. 536 watt-hours per mile. 40 miles into the drive. A little higher than expected, but not as bad as earlier. We're going to arrive in about an hour, 74 miles at 11:03 to the charger here on Alcoa Road in West Memphis, Arkansas. This is another EVgo we're headed to. Still on track with 13%. We have 44% now. It's 10 a.m., 64 degrees out, so it has warmed up a good bit, thank goodness. Still cold, but much better. All in all, we're making decent time. You know, you think till I get to this next stop, I'll have driven 300 and, roughly 25 miles. And I made, one charging stop for about 20 minutes. This will be my second one. Not too bad overall. Again, one thing you'll see, real-world road tripping, don't sit there and charge past 50 or 60%, not in a Tesla. In a vehicle that holds a faster charging rate longer, frankly, the Rivian does, so does the Mercedes EQS, so do many other platforms out there. The Hyundai and Kia platforms actually charge really well for the most part. You're good on those to sit till 60 or 70%, and you don't have to run them quite as low. On a Tesla, you really want to charger hop. You want to arrive with around 10%-ish, and you want to charge to 50 or 60 and head to the next one. I mean, that's kind of optimization on a Tesla. On the others, it's not as bad. It's not as critical that you do that. Nonetheless, I know I complained a little or made it sound negative. That was a good charging stop, the last stop. Of course, I had to unplug and replug, which isn't good, and the truck did slow down some towards the end, but all in all, it was a good stop. It worked. I got charged, and I'm on the way. The unplugging thing's concerning me. I went on my watch and closed the Tesla app. I'm going to go on the phone and close it once I get up here and get plugged in, and then we'll see what happens when I walk up to the vehicle after using the restroom at this next stop. So I think it's going to be interesting. Anyway, exactly 1 hour out. I'll keep you updated here as we go. Look how beautiful it is. Just a beautiful day. Of course, it's late October, so the leaves are changing. Still fairly green here, but as we go further east, we're going to see brown or maybe some change of colors as well. So that should be interesting. Been a good ride so far, that's for sure. Okay, so we are making progress. 10:58 a.m. is the ETA, arriving in about 18 minutes and 19 miles. And we've driven 95 miles an hour and 12 minutes, 507 watt-hours per mile. Right in that range I expected it to be for this leg. Pretty inefficient leg. After this next stop, the highways do become more efficient. Just for whatever reason, that stretch in East Texas into Arkansas, the roadways, the wind, everything, I always get terrible efficiency. Whether it's a gas car, electric car, diesel, whatever, just always gotten terrible energy consumption through that section. So all in all today, 309 miles, 484 watt-hours per mile. Again, that should start improving now that we've gotten through the worst of it. And I'm enjoying the drive. Should arrive with about 14%. We've got 21% on the battery. 10:41 a.m. It has warmed up to 65 degrees, thank goodness. So nice blue skies. Trees are still green up through here, but I think we'll see that change of seasons coming soon. So anyway, keep following along. I'll update you here as I get off the exit for the charger, unless something comes up in between. Okay, here we go once again, preconditioning the battery for fast charging, which worked well last time, and it started again about 10 miles away, which is wild. So we're 10 minutes, 10 miles, should arrive at 10:58 with 10 with 14%. It is 65 degrees out. I've got 17% left on the battery. Driven 104 miles this leg, an hour and 19 minutes, 502 watt hours per mile. So as we thought it would improve up through this stretch. We have been running along at highway speeds the entire time. And FSD's been driving me the entire time. Other than this morning, it's pretty much been exclusively FSD. So this stop is Benton, Arkansas, a little bit before Little Rock. Then the next one is West Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm going to jump off. I'm going to check the EVgo app, make sure the chargers are still available, and then we'll kind of go from there. I will update you again as we get off the exit number 121 for the charger. Okay, we're just about to get off the exit. Rather, FSD is. This last leg, 113 miles, 501 watt hours per mile. So that'll improve just a little bit as we regen in and slow down and regen braking. See the little green bar over here. Means we're putting energy back into the battery. And you'll see now we're below 500 watt hours per mile, which is pretty cool. Right about what I expected it to be, although it started out super inefficient. So we're going to cross right over and go over to that Pilot. Been to this one many times. A little awkward getting there. Busy area, but like any truck stop, pretty accessible. Okay, I will be right back with you here in just a second. Okay, we are pulling into the charger. Looks like we've got a Silverado back here charging, which is just fine. We're going to go back and get plugged in. Kind of a tight squeeze here. Thank goodness for four-wheel steering. Let's edge up. See, they did some construction here and they put these sidewalks right here for handicap ADA access, and which is great, but made it hard to get into these spots. Let me go ahead and get plugged in and I'll show you what this looks like. Okay, and here we go, connecting to vehicle, checking cable safety. Popped up right away with payment authorized. And here's the plug. It shows we're charging. Let's watch this thing ramp up. Should jump up very quickly, just like last time. I have had derated charging sessions here at these chargers. There's the Silverado EV. Yeah, these particular ones, I've had some slow charging when they were doing construction, but check this out, right up to 348 kilowatts and holding at around 345. Let's see where we're at the 1 minute mark. If you remember on the last charger, we got up to 4 kilowatts in 1 minute. Let's see what this one looks like. And you'll see it's just steady juicing. Now remember, I'm going to close out the test lap and we'll see if this disconnects when I walk back to the car. So I'll do that in just a second, but I want to see how quickly you can dump juice into the pack. I mean, look at this. Once again, 1 minute. And it's even faster this time, you'll notice. In 1 minute, 4.5. About 4.5 kilowatt hours of energy in 1 minute. So pretty incredible. Still pulling 346. Really good charging. I'm wondering if they didn't adjust the charging curve a little bit on this thing, because it does seem to be a bit better. Let me know in the comments if they did. I'm seeing it hold faster charging longer, so maybe they upped the game a little here on the Cybertruck. So earlier, when I walked away and the truck locked, I heard it stop charging. Now, I had the Tesla app closed on my phone, but the truck physically locked. Now, the Tesla app's closed again on my phone. It's on my watch. I have it closed, but so far it's still charging. There, it just stopped. So, and the truck lit up because it's no, I'm near. So, something's going on here. Let me get it juicing again. I'm going to pop the door open. We've definitely got a problem I have to look into. This is interesting. Okay, so we have a problem going on here at EVgo in Bentonville, Arkansas. I just had to plug in to start charging for the third time. Every time the truck locks or unlocks with the Tesla app, it stops charging. So I don't know if this is something with the latest Tesla software update, something with EVgo. I'm at the EVgo Pilot Flying J, got a Silverado over there charging. I'm plugged into this dispenser, and earlier when I walked into the Pilot, right over here, it says Subway, but you got the Pilot right there. Anyway, when I walked in, the truck stopped charging as soon as it locked. I heard it. I left it locked. I plugged it into the other dispenser, and it started charging right away. And by the way, I'm at 37% charging at 200 kilowatts. So when I walked back up to the truck, it saw I was there. The light on the door lit up so I could unlock it, and it stopped charging again. So when it locks or unlocks with the Tesla app, it stops charging. So there's some glitch going on, some problem. I'm going to post this on Twitter. I'm going to post it out on YouTube. Anybody knows a solution to this, let me know. What I plan to do at the next stop is I plan to lock the truck with the app, open the charging port only, plug it in, and see if it stays charging as I walk away. I don't know what's going on, but we've got some type of problem we're running into here with the charging with the Tesla with the third-party charger. And by the way, they just added this animation in my latest software update, which is really cool. But I had this happen yesterday or the day before, same exact thing at an EVgo charger in Flower Mound, Texas. And now I've had it happen at 2 different EVgo chargers here this morning as I'm traveling through the eastern part of Texas into Arkansas on a cross-country road trip from the Dallas-Fort Worth area to Roanoke, Virginia. And check that out on my YouTube channel, BYTESLA. But yeah, we've got a problem going on here, folks. And I don't know if it's an EVgo problem or a Tesla problem, but we need to get this worked out. It should not stop charging when I walk away from the vehicle or when I walk up to it. So need some help here, everyone. Let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. Thanks for following along. Have a good day, everyone. Okay, so here's a trip update. We're 388 miles to go today. Estimated arrival 5:47 p.m. We've obviously made some good time. We're 327 miles into the trip, not quite halfway. Once we're going to stop at Little Rock in 12 minutes and charge up. Of course, we're not doing that. This should recalculate, but what I want to do is add in the EVgo charger in West Memphis, Arkansas. So let's see if we can easily do that. I think this is the one. Let's take a look. Is it right off of the interstate? Yes, it is. That is the one. Let's add it in. Now, adding it in, of course, it's telling me to make multiple stops beforehand. Let's remove all charging stops to see what level of negative percentage we're going to get there with. 151 miles, it says a negative 18. I might add in, of course, that's only 2 hours. I'm going to let it charge here. I'm going to check my email. We'll see where we're at. I may go ahead and just let it juice enough to get there. So we'll see. Certainly, it's saying 1 hour from 45% up to 100%. We're already down to 160 kilowatts. It may make sense just to pop over. Let's take a look in between at the Tesla chargers. And we've got this one in Brinkley. It's usually really easy right off the interstate. And I may just go ahead and take off and do that, because the thing about Brinkley is I can test and see. Brinkley's only an hour and 21 minutes. It is literally right off of the interstate. I mean, and it's on my side. It's right there. And I can test to see, does this interruption happen at a Tesla supercharger, or is it only other third-party DC fast chargers? So, yeah, I think that'll be a good experiment. I'm probably going to get unplugged here in just a second and take off for Brinkley. Let me check my email, and I'll be right back with you. Okay, we're getting back on the road here. Let me click this off. There we go. So we can see what we need to do. We're going to come out of here and go left. And we've got a crossover. So I decided to jump to the supercharger in Benton. I had to check email and do a few things. Took longer there than expected, but again, it was about a 20-minute charging stop. Not bad. I could have stayed there for another 5 or 10 minutes maybe. Made it a 25 or so minute charging stop and had plenty of juice to make it to the next EVgo. I want to stop in Benton. I know this is an easy, quick stop, and it's just a 250 kilowatt version 3. I'm in a Tesla. It's super easy to plug in, test it out, and we're just going to see what the charging does, locking and unlocking the vehicle at a Tesla supercharger. Of course, we just had that glitch here at the last charger, the last 2 EVgo chargers. I imagine it's just a third-party DC fast charger issue, possibly just an EVgo charger issue. I may try and electrify America later to see what happens there. But yeah, it's interesting. So something is going on, that's for sure. And bottom line is, I don't know how much energy I put in, because I've got 3 different transaction logs from that last charger. So I'll try to take a look at that later and let you know. But we did get juiced up to like 58%. I'm at 57 now. We're riding along. We're about a mile into it. Should arrive in Brinkley in just over an hour and 15, about an hour and 20 minutes at 12:38. And again, that's an easy one. So why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's do a little testing. It's right off the interstate. It won't add much time. And we'll just pop it on the charger for a few minutes there in Brinkley and see what happens. So I will report back to you here in just a little bit. Interesting stuff for sure. We're almost halfway there. As I mentioned earlier, it's about 700 miles and we're 330 miles into the trip. 484 watt hours per mile. You can see terrible consumption starting out this leg because we just came off of a fast charger. Let's go ahead and get FSD turned on. Let's sit back, relax, enjoy the ride as we head just another little over an hour up the road. Normally I would go further, but yeah, we got to figure out and try to see what's going on here. So I'll be back with you shortly. So Tesla Nav is picking up a major traffic issue. So it's routing me off of I-440 East and kind of routing me around whatever this is going on up here. It's all red. Could be construction, could be an accident, but we're 26 miles in, 421 watt hours per mile. Once again, now we're on the more efficient stretch. We have been running at highway speeds, but yeah, this thing's getting me off and having me ride along this side road, this U.S. highway, to avoid whatever's going on up here ahead. So hopefully it knows better, but it's going to ride along 70 west for about 6 miles and then jump us back on 40 after that. So so we'll be 7 or 8 miles off of 40, but it is saying this is the fastest way. So we're going to trust it, let it ride. Of course, we're enjoying FSD and letting it do the drive for me. We are 55 minutes, 58 miles to Brinkley, where we'll arrive with about 23% on the battery. Nothing coming. FSD just eases on out, and off we go. For 5.8 miles here, we turn left then on South Kerr Road. So this is somewhere I've never been. I am in North Little Rock, Arkansas right now, navigating around. And so far today, 354 miles on the drive, 476 watt-hours per mile. We are halfway there today. We're following a red Classic trailer. That's Coca-Cola. They're logistics folks. It turned out to be a beautiful day today. 73 degrees out. I am at 48% on the battery. And yeah, I should see really good efficiency now in this little stretch. But it's because I'm on a back side road. Nonetheless, my overall efficiency then should improve for the halfway point. You know, I'm at 476 watt-hours per mile before adventuring down this side road. Now we're following this truck at 40 miles an hour and a 55. So this will improve efficiency. It will slow down time. Either way, though, less than 400 watt-hours per mile on this little stretch. Pretty darn good. Yeah, it's a pretty drive up through here. Let's look at the positives. I'd have never seen this before, or maybe ever. I've never seen this before, and I would maybe never see this if it wasn't for this diversion. So I do appreciate that I'm able to avoid major traffic jams using traffic-aware mapping, and traffic-aware mapping, I should say. Okay, well, we're going to ride along. By the way, the new software has the 3D buildings and stuff. Pretty cool looking, especially when you zoom in and really take a look at it. Pretty nice features and functionality here. So good job with all that stuff, Tesla. And appreciate y'all watching. Look at that. All those trees in the water. Very, very swampy over there. Can you see that? Pretty cool. And yeah, I'm just kind of riding along and letting the car do the drive. So looks like we got stuck at a red light. Makes sense. No big deal. A lot of truck traffic through here, that's for sure. Okay. I will be back with you shortly. We'll be back on the interstate, and we should arrive to Brinkley. It's showing at 12:37 with about 24%. Way more range than what we thought. Way more state of charge than what we thought originally. But, of course, we're seeing ultimate efficiency here on this little diversion. Looks like a Amazon warehouse over here. Probably a 1 million square foot warehouse. Maybe 500,000. Pretty big facility overall. Very impressive. Okay, let me shut this wiper off again. I hate that it does the dry wiping, but such is Tesla without the rain sensors. Okay, be back shortly. We really are seeing really good efficiency on this stretch. I've been back on the highway for a little bit. It's 12:07, 73 degrees out, and we're riding along at highway speeds, but we're at 422 watt-hours per mile. So improving the overall trip, it's at 474 for 381 miles. So I've got 27 minutes, 31 miles to go. Should arrive with around 25%. We're doing great. Getting off exit 216 in 30 miles, and it is just right off the exit. 0.3 of a mile off the exit. So it's super easy one here, headed into Brinkley, and charged here many times. This has been a decent supercharger. Not a ton of amenities, but it's just so close off the exit. It's very, very easy. So, I think I may walk over to Sonic and get a cold refreshment while the car charges. And we'll see if the walkaway lock and unlock causes charging to stop or not. That'll tell us if it's a EVgo or third-party DC fast charger and Tesla issue, or is it just a Tesla software issue right now stopping the charging session. So time will tell here. I'll be there shortly. We'll test it out. We're pushing 18,500 miles, by the way, on this thing, and pretty crazy. All in all, it's been a good trip, and we're learning some stuff about third-party fast chargers to see what's going on. So very interesting. Okay, I'll be back with you here as we get off the exit for Brinkley. Okay, so this time about 15 miles out, it started preconditioning the battery. So maybe the battery's warm and it's having to cool it down now after a couple of DC fast charging stops, but you saw that pop up right up there. Now it's dropped off, so it's preconditioned for just a minute and stopped. 26% estimated state of charge upon arrival. We've been driving 70 miles. We've got, 14 miles to go. Pretty easy. Been driving an hour. This is just a quick pop up the road, another hour. We're about 400 miles into the trip, and about 300 miles to go after this stop. So making great progress. It's 12:20 p.m. now, and 31% left on the truck. Obviously arriving with a pretty high state of charge. That's just fine. We're going to plug in. I think I'm going to walk over to Sonic, like I said, grab a drink. It's just, not even a quarter mile from the charger, an eighth of a mile maybe, assuming it's open. Let this thing juice up. Let's see if it keeps charging or not. Trying to figure out this glitch that's going on with the DC fast charging. So we'll see what happens. But let's get up here and get plugged in and go from there. I'll update you as I get off the exit. Okay, so we're about to get off the exit for Brinkley, and it is exit 216. You'll see it is right off the exit. Now, it did pop up and tell me that 2A is out of service. Charger 2A. So we are preconditioning still for fast charging. 428 watt-hours per mile for the last 85 miles, so pretty good leg. And we're 412 miles into the trip with 471 overall. The charger's right over there. There's an Edwards Food Giant. There's a Waffle House. There's a several stores. I mentioned there's a Sonic. There's a McDonald's. There's a bunch of little quick fast food options as well. FSD is doing its job. I've walked to that Waffle House a few times and had breakfast. Here's that Sonic that I mentioned. Let me take over driving. And we're going to just ride right down here along. And we just simply don't want stall 2A. We got an interesting wrap on this Model Y. Looks like a Model Y Performance. Let's see what numbers these are. That is 1B right there. And that is where we're going to pull in. Now with these Tesla chargers, I've got to get pretty close. They have short cables, and let me tell you, the Cybertruck is a long vehicle, and there's that alert about out of order stall 2A. So that's a nice job, Tesla, adding that graphic. I like this iridescent wrap on this Model Y. Only in Brinkley, Arkansas are people traveling on their chairs. So even with me all the way back, excuse me, it's still tight on that charger. I can't hear you, sir. Oh, okay. It is modern, yes, sir. It is, yep, you're right. It's like a spaceship. What's that? Yeah. It's all stainless steel. Yep. Yep, it's got a full truck bed. It's got a 6.5 foot bed in there. Yeah, it's a tonneau cover. Yep, it rolls up and. Yep.
That comes down.
Yep.
No, I had a Toyota four-wheel drive. The back window comes down like that.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember them.
Yeah.
I had
to get this rolled right there.
Yeah.
They were tearing it up. Had the Cadillac converters up. 2019. Got my Cadillac converters up.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that in the last few years.
I had to give it up because it was stressing me out.
I'll bet.
My tires, the diesel, my tank. It's a gang here out there, right?
Yeah, you can't trust anything.
I give it up, man. What size tires are those?
35-inch.
Wow.
Yeah.
How's it run down the road?
Does really, really good. I'm driving in from Dallas. I got to go up to Virginia, so I'm on the way to Virginia. It's very, very inexpensive, but yeah, you pay for it. It'll cost maybe $20. Maybe 250 to 300 miles. And then when you fill up at home, it's way less. At home, I could fill this up for maybe $6, $7 an hour. Yeah, well, it plugs in like a dryer outlet, or it'll plug into a regular 110 outlet. It just charges really slow on 110. But if you have a dryer outlet, like you put one in your garage, it'll charge really fast on those. So, yeah. And no maintenance, no oil changes, no transmission, nothing. It just runs.
Batteries when they get bad.
Well, they come with a 120,000 mile warranty. They say they'll last 10 plus years. They're guaranteed to last 8 years. And then you can buy refurbished batteries to put in them, just like you'd put a, refurbished engine or transmission or whatever in. And what's that?
How fast does it go?
Well, 0 to 60, it's about 4.1 seconds. It's a quarter miles, 135 or so. It's speed limited, but yeah. It's very, very fast. At any speed you hit it, it goes. 4-wheel steering, very, very fast. Thank you. I appreciate the compliments. I paid about $72.5. I mean, that's what pickups cost anymore for a new pickup, Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, you're welcome, sir. Have a good day. Appreciate that. All right, now we got a problem here. Charger went red. And it stopped again, so we've got something going on. Notice it stopped by itself. It was an interesting conversation. Sorry about the wind. Well, we've got some type of problem going on where it stopped charging all by itself. I had the door open the whole time and it flipped red and charging failed. Now, I've had that happen before, but I don't like the coincidence on top of these EVgo chargers failing earlier. So, yeah, that's not good. Let's take a look. So, this EVgo charger's in about an hour. Says I'll make it there with 9%. Let me walk over here to Sonic and grab a refreshment. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here with the truck. That's kind of concerning. So anyway, I'm going to let it charge for a bit. I do like the new graphic. That's pretty cool. Look at that. Tesla's something with all this stuff. That's incredible. Really great job, graphic team, whoever did that. Wow, that's impressive. Anyway, I'm at 215 kilowatts still. It's charging pretty fast at a high state of charge. I mean, I'm up to 35% and we're still pulling almost a full 250 kilowatts, so that's pretty interesting. Okay, I'll be back with you in a minute. I'm gonna walk up here to Sonic, get a refreshment, and we'll see what happens. This is really starting to concern me with the truck though. So I'm standing over here at Sonic and I've ordered my food, and right over there is the Cybertruck charging. You can see it's right off of the interstate too, so super close, easy to get to. Ordered my drink. They'll bring it out to me in just a second, and I will take off and get back on the road. So I'll be back with you shortly. It's continued charging just fine as I walked away and everything. I've had a glitch before where it's going red at a charger. This could be just unrelated, so we'll see. We got a lot of road tripping yet to do between today and tomorrow, so we'll see if it continues to be a problem. So once again, as I walked up to the car, charging did stop. There is something going on here. It's not just with EVgo. It stopped at a Tesla supercharger, so not good. We're white. We're gonna unplug and hit the road. We're gonna try to figure this thing out. I'm gonna hit another Tesla supercharger here on the way. Took a while at Sonic, but I got my drink and I'm heading out. Been here like 20 minutes or whatever. Let's take a look at the last charging stop. $12.45. Plugged in at 12:38 the second time. So yeah, I've been here 20 minutes. I need to hit the road. I'm gonna get on the road and we'll figure this out. I'm gonna hit a Tesla supercharger next though. Let's delete this. Stop, edit trip, kill stop. Let's go. So it wants me to go to Jackson, Tennessee next. So I'm gonna change that one around potentially. We'll see. Anyway, let me get on the road. So Amazon's got stuff going on today with their AWS, their online system, which is causing issues with EVgo, Electrify America, and all that, which could be causing the charging issues. But then why did it stop when I walked up to the car from the Tesla charger? Do I have something going on my phone? I don't know. I'm going to reboot the watch, reboot the phone here as I drive. Something goofy is going on for sure. Either way, it's saying I can make it to Jackson, Tennessee. There's plenty of bailout options in between. This is at the Casey Jones Railroad Museum. There are the chargers in West Memphis, or in Memphis, Tennessee. On the east side, there's some nice chargers I've charged at many times. I may end up stopping and hitting those. There's some Electrify America chargers there too. Yeah, I don't know at this point. It's saying I can get to Jackson with 6%. I'm just feathering it right now, running right at highway speed, right at the speed limit, seeing if I can build up a little buffer. So let me turn on FSD. Let me kick the speed down. And see, all of a sudden it's decided it wants to ride the left of the line pretty hard, which I've had to kick it off multiple times since I've left this last charger. It's acting really strange. It's almost like pulling the wheel to the left and wanting to straddle that line. And I've got a car coming up beside me right now. I want to see what it does. Yeah, see, that's uncomfortable. Like, this car is literally all the way on their left side of the line because the truck is. Now it's moving over. I don't know what's going on with the Cybertruck today, but it's glitchy. And maybe it has something to do with this Amazon, cloud services being down, their drives and stuff. So, who knows? Either way, we're going to ride along. Let's see if we can build up a little buffer. We've got multiple bailout options. It's a beautiful day, 73 degrees, 1:08 p.m. And we'll see what happens. I'll be back with you shortly. So we were going to hit more EVgo chargers because I glitched out of the Tesla charger. For today, I think I'm going to go right to another Tesla charger and see what happens. Instead of stopping in West Memphis, which I'm going to arrive there with a high state of charge anyway, we'll stop on the east side of Memphis at the North Germantown Parkway charger. And, I'm going right past it anyway. It's got, I believe, 8 stalls, or is it 12? It's a pretty big charger. I've charged there many times. Yeah, it's 12 stalls, 250 kilowatt. I've charged a Cybertruck there before. This one typically works pretty well. And then this Wildersville's a brand new one, and it's a 325. And we'll arrive there with about 10%. So that's the plan for now. We're going to hit those two and then get right to the hotel, arriving, it looks like, before 6 p.m. as targeted. So it's only 1:14 now. I've got 1 hour, 70 miles to go. Been driving for about 20 miles. I'm at 516 watt hours per mile. Not terribly great efficiency, but just came off of a charger, so that's pretty normal. And anyway, yeah, let me get to this next one. We'll see how that goes. I was going to stretch it on to Jackson. Then I thought about stopping in West Memphis. Jackson dropped down to about 5%. I could make it by dialing back the speed a little, and honestly, I could make it keeping the speed the way it was, but I want to hit a couple chargers and see what happens. I'm kind of concerned about these last couple charging issues, so I'd rather hit 2 more for shorter times. These are both good chargers right off the exit. I've been to both of them before. Super easy. Wildersville's fantastic. It's at a convenience store, gas station, and it's brand new, and it's the version 4 dispenser. So why not? Let's do it this way, see how it goes, and then we'll just go straight on to the hotel and hope we can get onto a level 2 charger at the hotel. Either way, though, I'll be back with you shortly for an update. By the way, I've driven 433 miles today, about 473 watt hours per mile. It's been a good day, just kind of concerned now with these charging issues. So FSD's fighting me a little bit today. It keeps riding on the white line. I mean, on those little rumble strips, those little light strips for night, the reflectors, whatever. It keeps riding all the way over. I mean, I have cars coming up beside me, and it's going all the way over on the left and actually riding out on that. I've never really had it do that in the right lane. So, yeah, Cybertruck FSD still needs some work. It's nowhere near as good as in the Model Y Juniper. I mean, it's workable, but guys, come on. You got it locked down in the Juniper. Let's lock it down in the Cybertruck. It's just kind of crazy. But anyway, let's hope we have a good charging session here at the next one. We're 49 minutes out, 52 miles. Should arrive around 30%. Riding along at a highway speeds, 502 watt hours per mile. That should improve here as we go. We're just going to do a couple quick splashes, splash and dashes as we head into just east of Nashville, Tennessee. Right now, kind of the next step is getting through Memphis. We'll cross over the bridge from Arkansas and 25 miles into Tennessee. And then from there, we'll charge up a little bit on the east side of Tennessee, east side of Memphis, and then head through Nashville, Tennessee. We're going to stop in Wildersville, juice up, and then through Nashville, onto the east side of Nashville. We're staying in Mount Juliet, Tennessee tonight. So, excuse me. So far, again, good trip, but watch this. Oh, okay, it's doing the right thing. It's switching lanes. Sorry, nothing to watch there. But let's see. It's actually gotten over onto this rumble strip, too. Right now, it's handling it okay. It just rides uncomfortably close on the left side. Right now, it's doing fine. So, of course, because I've got the camera running, it'll do great. Anyway, I'll be back with you here with another clip in just a second as we get closer to the charger. I'll probably give you a view of Memphis as we're passing through. So, thanks for following along. Beautiful day, by the way. Look at it. Blue skies. Very, very nice. I'll be back here in just a few minutes. So I'm passing the EVgo charger, which is right here at that Flying J. Yeah, so I'm just headed right past that and headed east to this Memphis North Germantown Parkway charger, which is a Tesla charger. And that truck says towing on the plate, but they're not towing. Anyway, we're going to arrive with about 28%. We're 26 minutes out, 25 miles. It has warmed up a good bit. It's 76 degrees, 1:50 p.m. I'm just hoping we see a normal charging session here at this next charger. It's not been good today with the charging. It's been a good trip. I'm enjoying it. I've gotten a lot done. I've been able to make a lot of phone calls, catch up on work stuff and all that. But yeah, not the best charging experience here today in the Cybertruck. So we're going to hit another Tesla charger here in just a little bit, throw some juice in, and then kind of see what happens. So on this leg, we're 66 miles in, 53 minutes, and 494 watt hours per mile. Got Memphis coming up here. We're just getting ready to cross the bridge. So why don't you ride with me for a minute and see what this looks like. So what do y'all think of the Cybertruck and the Cybertruck road trip? You know, you all had mostly asked me to take this on this trip, so I am. But I'd love to know what you think. Coming up ahead here is the Memphis Pyramid. There's a lot of history behind this. You can look up the skull in the Memphis Pyramid. Google that. It'll tell you a little more about the story. It's now a Bass Pro Shops. It used to be a sporting stadium. Never been there. I always say I'm going to stop there. I never have time. I need to make time one day and stop and check that out, because I think it would be a cool experience. For sure there in Memphis, Tennessee. This bridge is the Mississippi River. It crosses the Mississippi River. And it is also the state line between Arkansas and Tennessee. So once I get to about the middle of the bridge, I will be in Tennessee. Rough bridge, rough road. You can probably feel those bounces. Right over there's the pyramid. You see it a little bit in the distance. Kind of crazy. Welcome Center, exit 1, no trucks. And let's see what Tennessee says. Tennessee says, Tennessee, the volunteer state, welcomes you. And over there is the pyramid. Isn't that cool? I really want to check that out someday. I think that's going to be a neat experience to check out that Bass Pro Shops. Ducks Unlimited. Waterfowling Heritage Center. Now tell me that's not cool. Yeah, I need to go there. One of these days. One of these days. Anyway, okay. So we're passing through Memphis. Downtown over there is on the right. Hard to see here. The roads get pretty darn rough through here. Gotta watch for potholes. We're gonna stay to the left. We're gonna stay on 40. splits up here. You got 240 going south, and you got 40 going east. So we're going to stay left on the split. And then in about 2.7 miles, we'll split to the right and stay on 40. Now remember, we're riding 40 all the way today, all the way into most of the day tomorrow until we hit 81 in Virginia. So lots of I-40 today. Love that motor whine. Doesn't sound great. Take a look at the stats. We're back down below 500 watt-hours per mile. We're at 486. So back where expected. 473 overall. Still way above the lifetime of the vehicle. We've actually increased the lifetime watt-hours per mile, meaning we've decreased efficiency. It's at 428 watt-hours per mile overall on the lifetime of the vehicle. 18,532 miles. We'll cross over 19,000 on this trip, and in the next month or so, this will have over 20,000 miles on it. Now, it is about 10 months old today, almost exactly 10 months in a few days. So it's 9 months and so many days old, and I've put close to 20,000 miles on it. Keep in mind, I have other vehicles I put a lot of miles on. I drive 50 to 75,000 miles a year. So you'll get to see a lot of road trips in EVs, just like this one today. And, you know, again, if you enjoy that stuff, click subscribe. That way you see when I post these videos and follow along. It's just, I do this for fun. It's a hobby. I road trip all the time. It kind of kills the time. I get to talk to you. And it's just, it's a good hobby. It's a lot of fun. So feel free to follow along with me. So we're going to bear to the right up here and get on 40. We did well with traffic so far today. Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope we can get through Nashville before we hit too much traffic in Nashville today. So time will tell. Okay, thought you'd enjoy riding along through a little bit of the city. Yeah, I decided to take over and drive some. I enjoy driving this vehicle. Anyway, I will be back with you here in just a bit. We are only 18 minutes, 16 miles from the Charger coming up here in Memphis, North Germantown Parkway. So I'll be back with you here as we get to the Charger. So I thought I'd just share something with you. We're about 8 hours into the driving day. We left around 6 a.m., maybe a little after, and it's 2 p.m., just a little after. So let's call it 8 hours of driving. We have driven 493 miles. So, listen, almost 500 miles in an 8-hour driving. And in an electric vehicle, I mean, I think that's pretty good. I'm averaging well over 60 miles an hour, and that includes me stopping and charging multiple times. I don't know that I would have saved much time in a gas car. I feel like those first 2 stops, I would have left 5 to 7 minutes sooner. I think I've maybe added 15 minutes so far today. But if you know what you're doing with an EV, and depending on EV, it's really not adding a ton of time, especially when you need to stop more often like I do. You know, I can't go 500 miles on a charge or 500 miles without stopping. Me, personally, I just can't do it. I have to stop. So, you know, for bio brakes, for me, I might have been 15 minutes or so ahead of where I'm at today, but not that much difference, let's be honest. I just don't ride the way I used to. If you're young or if you're a road tripper and you drive 300-400 miles nonstop, an EV may not be for you. That's fine. But for an around town vehicle, if you have the ability to put a charger in your house, there's nothing like it. The lack of maintenance, the lower cost of operating, fantastic. Most people don't road trip every week like I do. They road trip once or twice a year on vacation or something. So I think there's great use cases. If you're a multiple vehicle household, having one EV can make sense. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody who doesn't have home charging. I just wouldn't. My son thought about getting an EV. He ended up getting a hybrid, a Honda Accord. He was going to get a BMW i4 pre-owned. Really great deal. And at the last minute, he decided not to because he doesn't have charging at home right now. So I agreed with him. I was very concerned when he was going to buy it about how's he going to charge this thing. So meanwhile, he's running around the Dallas-Fort Worth area 60 to 70 miles a gallon in his hybrid. So he's very, very happy with it. And it's really, really a nice vehicle. So looks like we've got a construction truck here holding everybody up. Let's jump over a lane and get around this Keaton O'Brien Logistics dump truck. Thank you, Keaton O'Brien Logistics. Looks like we might be routing around some trouble again on the interstate. Oh no, that's our exit for charging. Okay, that's good. So we are preconditioning for fast charging, which is good. 8 minutes out, 6.3 miles. I feel like we're making pretty good progress so far today. And we'll be there very, very quickly to this next supercharger. And I've been at this one many times. It's in I think there's a Target there. There is an Electrify America in the same parking lot. Of course, you've got the Tesla chargers. Normally I would maybe think about testing the Electrify America, but I really want to pull into a reliable charging network and test it. There's all these online issues going on with AWS, Amazon systems today, et cetera, et cetera. And I think I just need to experience fast Tesla charging without interruption to make sure there's not something goofy going on with the truck. So that's the plan for right now, and we'll see how it goes. Anyway, 3.7 miles, and we jump off the exit. We're getting off exit number 16. Is that right? Yeah, 16. Okay, so let's take a look overall. 497 miles total today, 471 watt hours per mile. And on this leg, 85 miles, 477 as well on the leg. 477, not 471. I'll be back with you shortly here as we get to the exit. We are just preconditioning right along. Gonna arrive with around 29% on the battery. Plenty of range. Could have made it to Jackson. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Decided not to. I want to test 2 chargers instead of 1. I'm just really concerned here that something else may be going on. So let's figure it out. Okay, here we go. About to get off the exit. Exit 16, here we go. It wants me to stay to the left here. And then we'll go up here and loop around. We're riding right along the highway, but it is roughly a mile off the highway, 3/4 of a mile. This one's in a shopping plaza. It's fairly busy. There's the stats down below, 89 miles, 470 watt hours per mile. So obviously it's improved as I've gotten closer here. Just through this light and turn left at the next one. guess what? 502 miles so far today. And right up here's the Target Plaza. The Electrify America stations will be on the left once I make this turn. And I'll show you where those are at. Pretty nice looking Mercedes with the AMG package on it. It's not an AMG car, I don't believe. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's a GLE. Oh yeah, it's an AMG GLE 53, so it is an AMG package. Sharp looking car. I love a good looking Mercedes. See, the Electrify America chargers are right down there. I can see the power supply right there. Yeah, right there are the EA chargers. Frustrated drivers standing outside their cars trying to get it to charge, I'm sure. And down here's the Tesla superchargers. So let's go ahead and figure out a stall, get plugged in, and get a little bit of juice. Pretty busy chargers. We'll just pull into stall number 2 right here. These are tight. You back in between 2 charging stalls to get power. Okay, we're good. Let's get plugged in and see how this thing works, if it works. It is communicating, and we are charging. By the way, check out some of the stuff right around here. There's an IHOP, some restaurants, Haverty's, Target, PetSmart, all kinds of cool stuff right around. And we are ramping up. Wants me to charge here for 7 minutes. We're gonna sit with it this time to see if we glitch out again or kind of what happens. Didn't look. Trying to look for the trash cans. I used to have a trash can sitting right over there. It was always overflowing. They must have got rid of it. So ramping up still. Starting out slow. It takes a while to ramp up on these Tesla chargers, sometimes a couple of minutes. Let's take a look at the charging screen. Session cost 76 cents, 80 cents, 38 cents kilowatt hour. We're up over 200 kilowatts now. We should be pulling over 250. It is limited by the station. Again, I love that graphic. Yeah, I don't see any trash cans up along here. I've got a little bag of trash, but we can dispose of it at the next one, because the next one definitely has them. It's at a gas station. Okay, so it's leveled out. We're pulling 213 kilowatts. Not the best. You saw the difference when I pull into an EVgo. It ramps up right away. Here's the difference. Those are 800 volt. These are 400 volt. Those give me power that the truck can accept with the full pack configuration. This kind of does a pack pairing. It changes the charging configuration of the battery pack in order to accept the 400 volt chargers. Just higher amperage. And it still works. It still charges decent. I mean, 200 plus kilowatts is nothing to scoff at, but this truck's capable of more. So anyway, let's take a look at our next stop, it says if we leave right now, we'll get to Watersville with minus 3%. So we just need a little bit. It is only 92 miles away, an hour and 23 minutes. And then from there, roughly 2 hours to the hotel. So let's take a look at our route. What I want to look at specifically is charging along the route. I'm going to spin it this way. Right here is the hotel. And I wanted to check. This is the one where the supercharger's right across the street. So I can get to the hotel very low, and if for some reason I can't get on a level 2 charger, I can run over there, plug in, and juice up for a minute. So not a big deal. We're good to go. Let's just throw a little juice on and get out of here. So far it hasn't stopped. We're gonna sit here and see what happens. Interesting day for sure. Anyway, I'll be back with you in a minute. Okay, so far it's doing fine. I'm still pulling 175 kilowatts at 43%. It says 2 minutes to continue trip. I could go now and make it with 6%. Here's the thing, I'm not going out of spec style. I don't need to arrive at 0. I'm in no race. I'm gonna be safe, I'm gonna ride along. Let's see, it's connected to Wi-Fi here because they have Wi-Fi at the charger, usually Starlink or something. There you go, it's checked. It has no software updates. Car software is fully up to date. By the way, I'm still running on version 13 of FSD. Can't wait till 14 comes out for the Cybertruck. That'll be great. And you can see it. I bought this basically in December 27th of 2024, December 26th, 27th, whatever. So I've had it 9 months and 20 days, 9 months and 20 some days, whatever. Just under 10 months. So pretty cool. Let's take a look at our charging cost real time. I love these animations. That's cool. Really great job, Tesla, with that. It's the little things. That's amazing. We're up to $8. Not bad. And let's check our nav. Oh, I have enough energy, it says. It wants me to go at 10%. So I have it set to about a 10%. Now, as you've seen, I've been sucking down a lot more juice. I'd like to get just a few more percent. I'm going to check my email. I haven't done that yet. I'm going to check that. I'm happy to say it's been charging just fine. It hasn't stopped at all. Let me try something here. Let me lock the doors. Let me unlock the doors. Nothing. Still charging. So, yeah, I don't know what could be causing that. At the next one, we'll get out, walk away, and I'm trying to figure out what's causing it to stop, but also what can I do to let it keep charging. And so far, sitting in the car, keeping it running, it does just fine. So I may not be able to walk away right now due to some software glitch or whatever. We'll see. Anyway, let me check my email and then we'll get out of here. Okay, let's get unplugged and let's hit the road. I just finished my email. I've been here. Let's take a look. When did I start charging? It doesn't show me, does it? Does it show in here? 12 minutes and 25 seconds. So I've been here 12 and a half minutes. It's time to unplug and hit the road. And let's get going over to Wildersville. Okay, there we go. Cool new graphic. It just came up a couple of versions ago. Super nice. Tells you how much it cost. $13.36 for 35 kilowatt hours at 38 cents a kilowatt hour. let me buckle up and take off. Okay, well, you saw that was a smooth charging session. I sat with the car. We were there 12 and a half minutes, put on a ton of juice very quickly. We're up to 56%, very inexpensive, and we're taking off. So now we're going to hit another Tesla charger. This is one that's capable up to 325. I'm going to arrive with a pretty full battery, which is fine. And we'll see how it does. And I'm going to walk in and use the facilities, and we'll see if it, disconnects and stops charging like it did the last time, or how that works out. Regardless, though, we know that the car is working fine at a charger. This may just be an interoperability glitch with Amazon systems being down. This could be a software glitch with just whatever the latest version of Tesla software that I'm running. We'll see how it plays out, but for now, we're going to ride along. I was letting that car go. I'm not sure why they stopped, but anyhow, we're going to ride along, get back on the highway, and we're 503 miles into this day. Right now it shows we'll hit Wildersville about 10 till 4. So I'm sure we'll shave just a few minutes of that off depending on traffic, but it's just straight up this road, 90 miles. Pretty easy, really. So let's go ahead and get out here, get up to speed, and yeah, chug along. Thanks for following. It's been a fun road trip. I'm relieved that this last charger worked. At least I don't believe there's anything wrong with the high voltage battery at this point, because it charged fine when I sat in the car. If it was the battery, it would quit regularly regardless of the car being locked, unlocked, whatever. So I don't think it's that. I think it's probably something software-wise, and potentially with the Amazon outage today, it could be related to that. Because if I set aside that last supercharger, again, though, it happened at that supercharger, so something goofy is definitely going on. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I'll be back with you here in a bit. Thanks for following along. So flat, straight, blue skies, 77 degrees, beautiful day, late October, as you saw, October 20th, 2025. And great efficiency coming through Tennessee. You'll see it's brought my overall trip average down to 468 watt-hours per mile, 517 miles. Now, if you look at the current drive, 15 miles, 410 watt-hours per mile. We will see really good efficiency all the way up through now. I mean, it's just, once we get up past Arkansas and we get into Tennessee, then into Virginia, I really get great efficiency for the rest of the trip. Now, keep in mind, we're going to ride along at highway speeds, there's no question. But the truck and any vehicle I drive, gas vehicle, diesel, electric, hybrid, whatever, always gets magical efficiency, especially once I get past Nashville. I start to head downhill into Knoxville, etc. Now, there's a stretch from Knoxville into Virginia, up into Bristol, where I'm climbing elevation. After that, magically great efficiency from Bristol / Withville, Virginia into Roanoke. Probably elevation drop, just smooth roads, everything else. So, yeah, listen, it's been a fun day. I've gotten to kind of clear my head and decompress some in between phone calls. We've already driven 520 miles. We've been going for about 6.5 or so hours. And we have less than 200 miles to go. So after this stop, I think we're maybe 2 hours from the hotel. So getting close. Let's take a look and see what it says now. ETA 6:09. So I was hoping to get there by 6. It's fine. 6:09 is fine. And yeah, so we'll arrive in Wildersville at 3:49. Wants me to charge, just for easy math, 20 minutes to 4:09, and then at the hotel at 6:09. So yeah, roughly 2 hours to the hotel after that last charger. So I will charge probably a little extra in Wildersville, just because I'm going to hit Nashville around 5 o'clock. No sense in rushing into that. And that way I can get to the hotel with a little extra range. I need to stretch my legs, walk around, use the restroom. I didn't get to do that at the last stop. I'm going to do that at this one. And we're really going to test to see if we have the charger glitch again or not. Let's see how that goes. But yeah, the efficiency is leveling out now as we picked up highway speeds. We're at 426 watt hours per mile. Let's see what our energy graph says. The route is typically 74 miles an hour. Slow down by 5 miles an hour to save 2.6%. Staying below 70 would have saved 0.5. And 8.7 mile wind actually saved 0.3% on this leg. Everything else is using 0.3%. That's the refrigerator. That's the power outlet for the phone. That's all my goodies. And down there's the refrigerator temperature. It's at 39 degrees. Let's check what it's set at. It's set at 38. We're good. So yeah, we're just riding along and enjoying the drive so far today. Again, some glitches starting out the morning, but that last charger tells me I think the truck's fine. Just something going on today. We'll see what happens. All right, I'll be back with you in a little bit. So I'm not going to say it's magically efficient, but it's pretty darn good when you go from the consumption we saw earlier to the last 51 miles, 428 watt hours per mile. I mean, that's pretty darn good, and we're down overall to 466. That will improve here as we ride. We're, I'm going to say, roughly halfway to Roanoke, Virginia now, 553 miles in. And, yeah, but for today, as you know, we're only going to Mount Juliet, Tennessee, just east of Nashville. A little over 700 miles driving today. And, yeah, we're almost there. Not far. So we've got another 36 minutes, 40 miles to go to this next charger in Wildersville. It's right off the exit. Let's take a look. Yep, 0.1 of a mile right off the exit. And we're going to juice up. We'll see what kind of speeds we get. We're going to arrive with around 22%. We're at 38% on the battery now. It's 76 degrees out, 3:12 p.m. It's been a good road tripping day overall. And yeah, I had some glitches, but that too shall pass. We'll figure it out. And let's see what happens when we get up to these chargers. Now, these are, and I've charged here quite a few times. They're version 4 cabinets with version 3 hardware. So when you click on them on the Tesla navigation, you'll see 325 kilowatt max. So those are what they call version 3 plus chargers, or 3.5. They are high amperage boost because of the ability to do that with the new V4 cabinets with the liquid cooling on the cables. They're able to boost the amperage on those crazy high, where the Cybertruck, even though it's still charging at 400 volts, can receive 325 kilowatt. It's kind of an in-between solution until they have version 4 cabinets and version 4 dispensers, which will then push the Cybertruck up to 500 kilowatts. I'm anxious to try one of those sometime. I have noticed generally when I charge at these, just like you saw at that last V3, they ramp up slowly, but these tend to hold a higher charging speed a little longer, and I believe it's just because of liquid cooled cables. They really do a good job. I've had good success with these. We'll see how it goes. It looks like 11 of 12 chargers should be available upon arrival. Now, that's not taking into account non-Tesla vehicles charging at the Tesla chargers. That's just what it's expecting when I get there. Pretty cool with the vertical integration with Tesla vehicles, but as they've expanded and allow other cars to charge, they're not quite as good at predicting because they can't know when every other vehicle's routed in. It's just not in the ecosystem. Anyway, it's been a good driving day. Really has. I know I mentioned that. I'm enjoying it. love a good road trip in an electric vehicle. It's always an adventure. I actually truly look forward to it. I've got a short one next week. I believe, I'll have to look at my calendar, but I believe it's to Tulsa. I'm trying to decide if I should take the Model Y or the EQS, and I'm up in the air. I'm thinking about maybe taking the Model Y because of FSD, but we'll see how that plays out. Anyway, I will be back with you here shortly. I'm going to ride along and stop again in about 30 minutes. All right, well, we are riding along, roughly 15 minutes out from this next charger. It's 3:30 p.m. Going to arrive around 3:46. 75 miles into this leg, 430 watt-hours per mile. Right about the lifetime on the vehicle. And that's pretty darn good at highway speeds. That's pretty efficient for highway. It's lowered the overall Roanoke trip to 465 watt-hours per mile, 577 miles. So, hey, we're doing well. Flat, straight, blue skies, green trees. Little bit of seasonality here. I would think as I get into the Knoxville, Tennessee area, as I get east of Nashville and things get a little cooler, I should see colors on the trees, or maybe they just go brown. Maybe I missed that because it is late October, but I'm seeing some trees up through here with some colored leaves, so we'll see. Either way, though, I'm enjoying the drive. 28% left on the battery, arriving with 22%. All is good. I'll check in with you from the charging stop here in just a few minutes. Okay, so we are about 10 minutes out. And guess what? Preconditioning for fast charging. So that's fantastic. Love it. We're going to arrive with about 22%. It's cooling down or heating up the battery accordingly for proper fast charging. Likely because I DC fast charged multiple times and temperatures aren't freezing, it's probably cooling the pack. But it's hard to say. It knows what to do, whether it needs to heat it or cool it. And it kicks on. Sometimes in the winter, I've seen it kick on over an hour ahead of time. So always, always, always navigate to your charger in whatever electric vehicle you're driving. Most of them have route and navigation-based preconditioning. Some vehicles you have to do it manually. Some vehicles give you the option of manually or automated. Tesla's all automated. There's no way to manually turn on preconditioning, although I wish there was. Because what if a charger is not listed in their navigation? But if it's not listed, you can navigate to the nearest supercharger and trick it into preconditioning a bit, especially in the winter. But anyway, the DC, third-party DC fast chargers, for the most part, are in Tesla Nav now, and the navigation is smart enough to precondition to those. That was through a recent update within the last 6 months, if I recall, and thank goodness it is, because I use a lot of those. Tomorrow, I'll probably hit mostly third-party chargers, and we'll check out and see if this glitch is still happening. But for today, we're going to hit one more Tesla charger and check the behavior. I'm going to walk away from the car. I'm going to lock it. I'm going to use the restroom. Yeah, we'll kind of see what happens. So, I do think what I might do, I might lock the truck and then open the charging flap from my phone, plug in, and then walk inside and see what happens. Then when I come back to the vehicle and proximity picks up that I'm near there and it unlocks, what it's been doing is shutting off charging. Let's see if that continues to happen. So, who knows? We'll see what happens, but either way, we are cruising along. And listen, it could be a glitch with the Apple Watch. You know, I am wearing an Apple Watch. It's an Ultra 3, and I do have the phone key, the Tesla phone key on my watch. I may have to disable that. It's in the keys of the vehicle. So, we'll see. I'm going to play with it. I've not researched it yet at all, but this is an issue, and we'll see what happens here at this next charger. Okay, and here we go. Getting off the exit, you can see we're right across the street from the fast charger. It's at this new fueling station right here. Can't remember the name of it, but yeah, it's straight across the street. Pretty easy stop. It's right there. Fast stop. There you go. FS. So it's not like a Shell or an Exxon or anything like that. It's called fast stop. Not sure why we're still sitting here. It's funny, I've stopped at this Exxon years ago. I've stopped and fueled there a couple of times, and because it's right off the exit. Now you've got this stop available, which is pretty nice. Let me kill FSD, and let's just go up around the corner. If I recall, there's an entrance right up here, and I can get plugged right in. Yeah, that'll be pretty convenient. There's a trash can right there. We'll just get plugged right into 1B. Let's swipe back up. I wish it had that auto shift from reverse to drive like the Model Y Juniper does. I imagine it should come to the Cybertruck soon. Alright, let's get plugged in. Let's see, does it say anything on the screen? Nope. Nothing about any chargers being out of service. And I didn't see anything pop up. But let's go ahead and get plugged in. Can hear some things clicking. Flashing blue, should be flashing green, and there we go. Charging just like that. Super fast connection. Just mere seconds. So I didn't do what I said I was going to do because I want to throw some trash and stuff away. And frankly, this should just work. So I'm going to go ahead and jump out in a second. I want to see what it ramps up to. It wants me to charge here for about 20 minutes to get to the hotel. I've got 118 miles to go, 2 hours. So we are slowly ramping up. Let's click the charging screen so we can see cost and all that fun stuff. What's this information button for? Huh. It's not showing any session cost yet. Slowly we're climbing up. We're at 250 kilowatts now, 258. See how long that took? We've already put in 3.4 kilowatt hours of energy, and I mean it's been well over a minute, and we're still ramping up. 295, 298, 302. So see, you can't get over 300 kilowatts on a Tesla supercharger with a Cybertruck. So it is working. We're up to 309 kilowatts and leveling out. Let me go use the restroom, throw this trash away, and I'll be right back. Let's see if it keeps charging. It's going to be interesting. Okay, we're still charging just fine. I walked in and I walked back out. Let's see if it stops charging when I walk up to it. Nope, it's still charging just fine. So that's a good sign. Let's jump in the car. See how it's doing. So we're at 42%, 172 kilowatts. So still charging pretty good. Love the graphic here. Yeah, great job with that, Tesla. So if I take off now, I'll get there with -3%. Man, I love this test studio rear view mirror. What a game changer. Isn't that nice? I don't even need the fake rear view mirror anymore. So let's check out how long we've been charging. We're at $8.11. We've put in about 28 kilowatt hours of energy. And we've been charging for 8 minutes. So I would say that's not too darn bad. Again, the key to this thing is get in and get out quick, and don't sit here much above 40 to 50%. Just charger hop. I mean, you can stop and make 10-minute stops and get from 20% to 50% and roll. I mean, that's really all it needs. And even better if you're on an 800 volt charger. You saw that earlier. I mean, this thing charges well, but it slows down and it's got a big pack. So, you know, I'm already down to 163 kilowatts, which still isn't terrible, but it's just capable of so much more. I wish it had either A, better batteries, or B, a better charging curve, or both, C, because then you could really, really road trip in this monster. And you know what? They'll get there. They'll get there. That is coming. So let's hit continue trip and see what it says. It says we'll arrive with 0%. Oh, it wants me to stop and charge. So let me end trip. Let me restart nav, and let's see, Hampton Inn, Juliet. There we go. And it's going to tell me to stop here for 5 more minutes. All right, well, I'm going to check my email. I'm going to get a drink out. And you can see today, I have lost, I'm going to say, a total of about 20 extra minutes by sitting at chargers longer than I needed to. And if I would have been in the Model Y Juniper or the Mercedes EQS 580 SUV that I have, I would have already been on the road. So, you know, I might be conservative. It might be a half an hour today because I did make a few stops. So, the EQS would be charging faster right now, but also it's a smaller battery, so it'd be filling up quicker. It's a road tripping beast. Anyway, we're estimating 3% upon arrival. Let me go ahead and grab a water, check my emails. I'm going to grab a water out of my cooler here. And again, I love this Test Studio mirror. Y'all, if you have a Cybertruck, you're going to get one. It'd be a good idea to get one of those mirrors. Had a partially used water, partially drank. I got it out. I'm good to go. And we're going to hit the road here in just a minute. Let me clean up my email and be ready to go. So here's the thing, you know, with charging. I'm at 55%. It says 1 more minute. It's only pulling 134 kilowatts. So if I just jump down the road to the next charger, I would get speeds over twice as fast, especially, you know, using one of those EVgos or whatever. Anyway, right now I'm at 92, you know, last leg, by the way, 92 miles, 433 watt hours per mile. Overall, a good leg. And nice looking Jag there. Sorry, squirrel. 18,641 miles, 428 watt hours per mile overall in the car. And I'm about 600 miles on the Roanoke trip with 464 watt hours per mile. That should improve over the next day. Let me just check EVgo chargers here between here and Nashville, figure out my next stop if I need one. I'm planning to go right to the hotel, but I don't know if I'll be able to get on a charger there or if I have to go across the street and top up. So let me take a quick look, and I'll be back with you here in a second. I know y'all love to see charging costs. If you look here in Wildersville, I've put on 47 kilowatt hours of energy, $13.95. So pretty reasonable for sure. I'm up to 60%, still pulling 119 kilowatts, but see what I mean about speed? I mean, in the EQS, I would be pulling much faster than that. That thing absolutely rips charging. And it says I'll arrive with 14%. I feel plenty good there. Let's hit the road. No sense in sitting here any longer. I've already cleaned up my email, done what I needed to do. I got a cold water out. We're ready to go. And let's hit the road. We'll make it there and figure it out from there. We can always jump across the street and plug in for a few minutes and get much faster charging than what I'm getting here. So no sense in sitting here any longer. Okay, off we go. I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, well, we should have plenty of juice. We'll keep an eye on traffic. We'll keep an eye on the overall plan, but you know, right now it looks okay. 116 miles, an hour and 54 minutes. If that's the case, I'm pretty happy with that. That would put me about 710 miles overall today. And because we're just about 600 now. You'll see my consumption is terrible on this leg so far, with absolutely terrible consumption being 740 watt hours per mile. That will improve here as we ride. That will reduce. So anyway, I'm going to just check a couple of quick things, make sure traffic looks good, and I'll be back with you here in just a few minutes. So for those of you that asked me to show you cost, here it is for the last charging session. You saw what I pulled in with. You saw what I left with. Pulled in with 22%. I left with what, 58, 60%, whatever it was. And it cost $14.68. I mean, it is way cheaper than gasoline. Charging at Tesla chargers, way cheaper than that to charge at home. So it's a pretty inexpensive proposition. I charged at the Tesla chargers to make sure there was nothing wrong with the vehicle, and to me now, after a few stops, there clearly isn't. At this point, nothing I can see wrong with the vehicle. Something goofy going on with EVgo. It may be due to their connectivity, but I have a feeling it's due to software. It's happened to me now at multiple EVgo stations. When I walk back to the vehicle and it unlocks it or notices I'm near it, it stops charging. Really strange. So, you know, I don't know what's causing that, but there's definitely a glitch going on. I'm going to try to catch a video of it even better here at tomorrow during one of my stops. We'll see how it goes. But for now, we're just riding along headed to Nashville, letting FSD do its job. Let's take a look. We've got 82 miles, and then it says stay on 40, stay on 40, stay on 40, stay on 40. Stay on 40 all the way to Tennessee 171, and that's the exit for the hotel. So, and then across the street from the hotel, as I mentioned, we've got a Tesla supercharger. So I'm going to go to the hotel first, see if I can get plugged in. If I can't, I'm going to unload my stuff, run up to the room, and then go across the street to the charger, throw some juice in this thing fairly quickly, and then order some food, pick up some food, and probably take it back to the room. If I'm able to plug in at the room, I think walkable from my hotel is a Buffalo Wild Wings, which sounds great. I'll probably grab that for dinner. Maybe a salad, maybe a few wings, whatever. We'll see. K9 unit in the middle there. That's interesting. So, still a beautiful day. You can see a lot more barren trees up through here now as we get into the colder part of the country. It's down to 73 degrees, and it should be a warmer part of the day. It's 4:17 p.m., so I've got my jacket on, that's for sure, and I can see the trees are starting to thin out as I head up along here. Efficiency's leveling back out. We're in a 60 mile an hour zone, so let's go ahead and dial it back. We're in construction. So anyway, yeah, we're down below 500 watt hours per mile. We're at 495 watt hours per mile, and that will continue to drop here as we ride along. Again, this is a pretty efficient stretch, so I expect us to improve efficiency on the overall trip to Roanoke on this last leg, and maybe not improving the truck's overall lifetime efficiency, but it should be better here as we go. So anyway, let me ride along. I'll focus on this construction area, and I'll be back with you here in just a little bit. predicted, this last leg is a bit more efficient. We're at 450 watt-hours per mile for the last 40 miles. Now, keep in mind, we just DC fast charge, so that will continue to improve here as we ride. Shows we're going to arrive to the hotel with 16% on the battery, 77 miles left, and going to arrive just before 6 p.m. So, looks like we may make that deadline as long as the highway remains clear, and we'll see how that goes, because we are going to pass through Nashville, Tennessee. There are plenty of charging stops. There's the Nashville Charlotte Pike charger, which is a 325 kilowatt version 3.5, whatever you want to call it. And if I see traffic picks up pretty bad, or all of a sudden I'm going to be 20 minutes later to the hotel, I'll probably stop there and juice up for a little bit. We'll see how it goes. Of course, right across the street from the hotel, we have that Mount Juliet charger. So plenty of options if I want to throw some juice on, or, burn some time rather than sitting in traffic. But biggest thing today, learning about that charging glitch with EVgo. We'll see how that pans out. The other thing is this Test Studio rear view mirror. This is my first road trip with this thing. I absolutely love it. It's a game changer. Should have been in the Cybertruck from the factory. Tesla should have integrated a digital rear view mirror. It would have been amazing. This thing is a great option. Absolutely love it. Very glad to have it. And it's got a good clear view. It works well. It's exactly what I needed for this vehicle. So very happy with that. Again, my code, I told you earlier, I'm just saying, if you're running around in a Cybertruck and you don't have one of these, get one. If you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I'm sure Robert would work with you to install it. But reach out to me if you have any questions. That's a great product. Anyway, it's been a decent trip so far, other than, as you know, those charging glitches. But I'm remaining optimistic. Let me shut my wiper off. I do not like when it dry wipes like that. And you can ask why it does that. It's usually a bug or something in front of the camera up here. Camera's in that housing facing forward, and if that gets dirty, the wiper will think it's wet or something, and it'll try to swipe. So that's probably one of the dumbest things that Tesla did, is remove the rain sensor. Such a simple thing that could seriously clean up and fix this dumb issue of dry wiping with the wiper. I have seen a lot of cop cars out today. I mean, a lot. More than I've seen in a long, long time. I have no idea why, if it's some quota or something going on, but I've seen more along Tennessee than I've maybe ever seen along this route. I can't remember how many cop cars I've seen. That's wild. A dozen at least. Yeah, it's been crazy. Anyway, who knows? Maybe something's going on. But 73 miles to go, an hour and 17 minutes. So far, it seems pretty good. Showing a 556 ETA. We'll see how it goes. We'll keep an eye on it. We're just going to ride along. We're going to take it easy and get to the hotel. So I'll be back with you shortly, but I can tell you, smooth trip today overall. 640 miles in the Tesla Cybertruck. Okay, so 67 miles into this leg, 54 minutes, making pretty good time so far, and 459 watt-hours per mile. Beautiful drive here. The leaves are definitely changing on a lot of these trees. A lot of trees without leaves, and we're seeing that seasonality. It's only 70 degrees out at 5 p.m. and in Dallas-Fort Worth right now it's about 90. So yeah, way colder here. I can definitely feel it. But you know what? It's been a good drive overall, man. I love road tripping in an EV, and I really enjoy the Cybertruck. So look at that view. Spectacular. Anyway, we've got 29 miles to go to stay merged onto 40 East. total of 57 minutes, it's saying. 49 miles. Should arrive with around 16% at 5:55 p.m. By the way, overall in the trip, 662 miles. I'd say we've made a pretty long trip today in an electric vehicle. You know, a lot of people are shocked when I tell them it does not take hours to charge, and they're shocked that I drive across the country in EVs. If you notice today, it really didn't add a ton of time. Maybe 20, 30 minutes for me, maybe longer for you, but not that big of a deal when you're talking about 10, 11 hours of driving. I mean, it's adding 10% or less for me, maybe 5%. Not bad. Worth it with all the savings, for sure. Of course, infrastructure needs to improve, charging speeds need to improve, batteries need to improve. For this to be mainstream, it's got a ways to go yet. But honestly, in a lot of the Tesla cars, it's much better than even this truck. So it's just going to get better. Anyway, I will update you here as I get closer to the hotel. As of right now, I'm planning to keep driving straight through Nashville. Looks like traffic's okay at this point, but could change any time now. So we'll keep an eye on this prediction. Right now it's showing 5:54 p.m. We'll see what it says as I get closer. I'll keep you updated. Okay, so 23% left on the battery. Should arrive with about 18%. I've got plenty of juice to get to the hotel. I'm only 12 miles, 15 minutes away, showing 5:54 p.m. Sitting in traffic just on the east side of Nashville. I've been on phone calls, so I couldn't capture all of the video going through Nashville, but I'm just on the east side of Nashville now. There's Briley Parkway, and yeah, I've driven 699 miles today, 456 watt-hours per mile. As I mentioned, it would drastically improve. In this last 105 miles, 412 watt-hours per mile. So what I should start seeing now is at or below the lifetime efficiency on the car, which is kind of what I expect when I get up into this area. Of course, I'm in a little bit of slower traffic now, but for the most part, until I hit Nashville, I was running at highway speeds. It's been a beautiful, beautiful day. 73 degrees out, 5:40 p.m. Looks like I'll have been a 12-hour day of driving. I'll put in a 12-hour day of driving, and I'll have driven over 700 miles. Not a bad day. Not a bad day at all. And you can add up the charging time, but what is that? A little over an hour of total charging time. I'm not sure how many stops I made. I think I made 5. I think I added 1 in. But yeah, if I did 5 stops at roughly 20 minutes a stop plus a little extra stop time, hour and 15 minutes of charging. If I'd have been gas car stopping, I'd have done, let's say, a half hour of stops, 2 15-minute stops probably, maybe 3. So definitely added a half hour to 45 minutes to my trip today, 5 to 10% or less. Probably 5 to 8% extra time on a 12-hour drive. So not terrible, but it's something for sure. That will only get better. EVs are road trippable for sure. You just have to put the time in and focus. Logistics planning, kind of mapping out where you're going, really helps. And tomorrow we're going to focus on hitting some EVgo chargers again to get that free, those free electrons, and we'll see how that works out. Although, you know, I did a couple Tesla stops. They were very, very inexpensive, as you saw. No big deal. All in all, I think it's been a good trip. I'll try to update you here as I get to the hotel. I'm getting close now. Exit in about 10 miles. And let's take a look. We're going to get off on Tennessee 171 South, exit 226 A, B, and C. And yeah, we'll be there very, very shortly. So stay with me, and I'll update you as I get to the hotel. Okay, so here we go. We are getting off this exit. Let's take a look at our stats. 116 miles on this leg, 413 watt-hours per mile. Absolutely phenomenal. Overall on the Roanoke trip down to 455 watt-hours per mile. So as expected, efficiency is improving. It's been a long day, 12 hours. I feel good. been actually 11 hours and 40 minutes. I think I left around 6:10 when I finally took off, but not too bad for doing 710 miles. So I'm going to have a total of about 711 miles for the day, 455 watt-hours per mile. The hotel's right up here on the right, and I don't remember, where am I staying? Hampton Inn, Mount Juliet. We're getting off this exit 226A. And the charger's right over there by that McDonald's sign. The supercharger if I need it. The good news is I'm arriving with 19%. Bad news is if you arrive with below 20%, Sentry mode will not work. I wonder, when I go into this first light I am, then I ought to be able to just ride down along. There you go. Okay, so Buffalo Wild Wings is right there, just a walk right down the hill. I've stayed at this one before. It's actually a good location. It's been a while since I stayed here. I'd say this was a pretty good day one. There's a little walkway in between. I think the chargers are right here on the back side of the hotel. Yeah, they are. Wow, the truck tried to turn into the middle lane. That was interesting. You saw me jerk the wheel and take that over. No idea why it's doing that. Truck got crazy here at the end of the day. Let's pull around and see how the chargers look. Looks good to me. Looks like I ought to be able to get plugged in right there. I'm gonna back in. And let me go ahead and do that, and I'll be right back with you. Okay, I'll be right back with you in just a second. So here's the truck, here's the chargers. Right there's Buffalo Wild Wings. The back entrance to the hotel's right there. We've got a charge point charger that you have to unlock before you can get the charging handle. So let me grab my J1772 adapter and my little locking device, and I'll be right back and we'll tap and get it activated. Okay, so it looks like this thing's turned on for free. There's your charging rate, and 6.1 kilowatts, which, hey, it's free, we'll take it. What's the question mark do? Nothing. Okay, so we're charging on session B, which is great. Let's take a look in the truck. And by the way, here's the J1772 adapter, a little locking ring so nobody can unplug me. Let's take a look in the truck. And it says we'll be completely charged in 16 hours. And I think that's to 80%, but we're not gonna be here that long, but we'll take whatever juice we can get. We're gonna let it charge up, and I'll be back with you in the morning. Let's take a look at our final stats for the day. 711 miles, 455 watt-hours per mile. Let's check our charging. It is set to 100%. Let's see how quickly it'll charge to 80. Oops, 80. There we go. So it'll adjust that quickly. So hey, guess what? By 6 a.m., we should be to 80. We're gonna keep this at 100. We're gonna tell it one-time charge, and we're gonna let it juice. Good news, 30 amps, 203 volts. And look at this, nice level 2 graphic. Man, I'll tell you what, Tesla with your graphics, it's gotten really good. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'll be back with you in the AM. Thanks for following along. Okay, good morning. I am here in the Hampton Inn. I'm actually in the fitness center. I just finished up a little morning workout on the elliptical and a couple other things. Anyway, it is, as you can see, about 6:42, 6:41 a.m. And I'm gonna go quickly shower up, pack up, go load the Cybertruck, get unhooked and get down the road. Now, it charged at 6 kilowatts until early AM, 1 or 2 a.m. Looks like another electric vehicle, probably a Tesla plugged in, and now it's sharing power, so it's only charging at 3 kilowatts. Last I looked, it was 62%, I think, charged. I just kicked on climate preconditioning, so it warms the cabin up, and we'll figure out how far we can go. Our goal today is to hit some EVgo chargers and check out that charging bug that happened yesterday. Is that due to the Amazon digital services, the issue yesterday, October 20th, or something else maybe? So we'll check that out. I'll be back with you shortly. Let me run up, get a quick shower, and pack up and head to the truck. So more details to follow. Okay, and off we go. Let's get to the car. Get out of this Hampton Inn. Got my baggage right here. Remove the do not disturb. Take the walk down to the elevator. It is early, by the way, just a couple of minutes before 7 a.m. Let's go down to the first floor. We're gonna get the truck loaded up and get on the road. There's the front desk lobby. And we're going out the back door. Right on here's the Buffalo Wild Wings. And I was right, it looks like a Tesla Model 3 is plugged in. It's 54 degrees out, pretty chilly. About 7:57 a.m. Or I'm sorry, 6:57 a.m. Let me stop my bag right here. Let's lower the tailgate. Perfect. We'll throw this laundry bag right on the edge. And let me grab my waters and snack bag. Oops, my suitcase just about fell. There we go. See, it says it'll take 12 hours to fill up at 3 kilowatts, but I think it said it's at 68%. So, hey, you know what? Free juice. Overnight, can't beat it. Put in 59 kilowatt hours of energy. And I think that's showing the tailgate open. Yep. All right, let me get loaded up and I'll be right back with you. You can see it's 7 a.m. on the money. Let's get going. Cool looking Model 3 with the Burr license plate. They now should be getting faster speeds now that I've stopped charging. Maybe once I unplug. Let me unhook my adapter here. And there you go, $0 for 66 kilowatt hours of energy. Let me unhook this and we'll see if they're getting full speed. And there you go, Model 3 owner. You are getting your full 6 kilowatts now. And been plugged in for 5 hours, got 16 kilowatts, 17 kilowatt hours. It's gonna pick up speed now, so that's good. All right, I'm gonna get the truck set up and I'll report back to you here as I get on the road. All right, good news. For free, we got up to 68%, so that's pretty good. If that Tesla wouldn't have plugged in, we would be at probably 80% or between 80 and 90. Nonetheless, we're gonna get on the road, 7:05 a.m. And first stop, Knoxville on Watt Road, another EVgo pilot vehicle charging station. 143 miles, a little over 2 hours, 12%. Let's get on the road. I'll be back with you here as we get out on the highway and get an idea of how our efficiency looks and all of that. But 711 miles into the Roanoke trip so far, 455 watt hours per mile. We're not going to have great consumption starting out the morning because it is cold. It's in the 50s. It shows 62. That might be because I was preconditioning the cabin, but let's take a look at that once we get on the highway here. Okay, we are officially rolling this morning. I've got roughly six and a half hours of driving today, another 400 or so miles. Should put us up around 1,150 total miles on the Roanoke, Virginia trip. It's departure time, we'll call it 7:05 a.m. It's showing 59 degrees out. It's correcting itself. Sitting at 68% in the battery, and we're just sitting here at the red light. There was some slow-moving truck traffic here this morning. Put us a couple minutes behind, but no big deal. We've got a good driving day in front of us. Weather looks good so far. I do need to clean the windshield off on this thing. I try not to do that too often. That blue stuff gets all over the vehicle. Regardless, though, if there's a squeegee and a windshield cleaning sponge at the next station, I'll definitely clean it off. Usually these Pilot Flying J EVgos have those. So right now the plan is to head up to this one on Watt Road. Should be just fine. I've got 68% in the battery, 143 miles to go. Plenty of range. Should be an easy one this morning, and we'll kind of figure it out from there. So I'll be back with you here in a minute and provide you another update. We're just right now going to focus and get out on the highway and get up to speed and kind of, again, go from there. I get asked about tire pressure. I run a couple pounds over, 1 to 2 pounds over at cold. So I had these set to, in the warmer climate, 3 to 4 pounds over. So 50 is the cold recommended. We're still cold. We've only been driving like a mile. We're out on the interstate, and you'll see they're all at 52 right now. So 2 pounds over on cold. What that does is that increases your tire life. It also increases your efficiency. If you run your tires at lower pressure, they will wear out quicker. You will get a softer, more supple ride. It will absorb more road vibrations, but you'll chew through the tires very quickly. And with an electric vehicle, they eat through tires very quickly anyway. So my recommendation, if you want to get good life out of your tires, and like on my last Model Y 2023 long-range Model Y, I got around 35,000 miles on a set of tires, and I ran them, a couple pounds over. This Cybertruck has about 19,000 miles on it. Tires still look good. The Rivian, we weren't so lucky. I think we got about 25,000 miles on a set of tires from a Rivian, which, from all reports I've heard on those Pirelli road tires, that is pretty good, but disappointing to me nonetheless. Anyway, that's just a little pro tip. If that helps, certainly feel free to use it. But I feel like, I don't feel much of a ride difference, but I just get better life out of the tires, and it makes me feel better not having to pay for tires as often or put them on the car as often. I do rotate my tires at least every 7,500 miles. You can set that in the Tesla system. You can hit the button there and reset your tire service mileage. And how I did that, down here, if you swipe, you can click tires. You can click on that, and then over here, this will pop up. Shows you recommended. You'll see them climbing as I drive. They warm up, and they're going to climb a couple pounds more, probably. But you can see I just rotated them about 1,000 miles ago. I rotated them right before this trip. right around the 6,000 mile mark. So it doesn't hurt. If you take it to like Discount Tire or on the West Coast America's Tire, there is no charge for that. And heck, it just prolongs the life of your tires. So I certainly recommend it. Regular rotations, keep your pressure set. I carry one of those Fantic, not a sponsor, Fantic air inflators in all of my vehicles, all four of the electric vehicles. You know, typically anymore you don't get a spare tire with most cars. Few cars come with spare tires in general, and having that inflator kit can kind of help you if you're just a little bit low, so you can get to the next tire shop or whatever. I find it very handy. They're rechargeable, USB-C. They also work as a power bank, a light. I don't use any of that stuff, but I like having that with me, and I keep one, like I said, in each vehicle. And as the weather changes and as it gets cooler, going into winter, it's October now, I've just recently set the pressures on all the cars a couple pounds over. I do need to check the Rivian. I just did all the other ones, and this weekend I'll check the Rivian. It's been parked in the garage behind vehicles, so I need to get it out, throw a couple pounds in it, but all the other ones are good. It is recommended, I think, at 48. I need to bump it up a couple pounds. Anyway, a little bit of tire info this morning. So, yeah, let's take a look here and see how we're doing. 524 watt-hours per mile. Again, not great efficiency starting out, but the cabin climate was running, and we're just getting up to speed, so that'll take a little bit. I'm also manually running the fan because I'm hot. I just came out of the fitness center, even though it's only 56 degrees. As I told you, it's in the mid-50s. Yeah, we're just under 2 hours now, right across Interstate 40 all the way to Watt Road. We get off, I think it's, if I recall, it's on the other side of the interstate. Let's take a look. Yep, sure enough it is. And this is an easy one, and it's right before Knoxville. So that's the plan. We're going to head there, throw a little bit of juice on. I'll check it as we get closer. I just checked it. All four charger handles were open. So I'll check it as I get there. And that is the plan for today. Let's see if we can get a successful charging session at EVgo. It'll be interesting. Be back with you shortly. Tell me that's not a beautiful view this morning. Look at that. Smoky Mountains are out there in the distance. Can't really see them from here, but what an incredible morning view. Popping up over this hill, headed towards Knoxville on I-40. We live in a beautiful world, a beautiful planet, and the United States is just so vast and so many things to see and do. It's wide open. It's really, really, truly amazing, wide open country. So that's a cop up there in the left lane just passed me. And anyway, I wanted to share that beautiful view here this morning. Let's see if our consumption's settling down. Yeah, it is a little bit. 507 watt-hours per mile. That'll settle down here as we go. In the meantime, let's ride along and enjoy the drive. Okay, we're making decent progress. Efficiency is improving. 447 watt-hours per mile. 750 miles into the Roanoke trip, and we are 38 miles, 33 minutes into this leg. Sun is super, super bright to the point where I can barely see, but it's not affected the Cybertruck so far. The self-driving has been working miraculously well, passing, doing what it needs to do. It is making me apply slight turning force because it knows I'm holding a device in my hand, so it'll do that from time to time. Anyway, one quick tip: if you click the scroll wheel into standard, if it sits in the left lane and camps, if you click it over to standard, which I didn't do, it'll show standard up there instead of hurry. It'll ride the right lane more in standard. I wish they could fix that. There used to be a switch back in FSD beta where you could say, you know, prefer right lane and stay, or move out of the passing lane as quick as possible. There was some little checkbox. They removed that. They should have that still there. And just more customization would be good. This thing is absolutely miraculously amazing overall. The lane wandering on the Cybertruck, I believe, is due to the steer-by-wire and the size of the vehicle, but it works very, very well overall. Anyway, I've got to get back on more phone calls. It is 7:41 a.m. Central. When I get through Knoxville, actually anytime now, it's going to be switching to Eastern time zone. So I'll be arriving in Knoxville around a little after 10 a.m. Eastern, and we're only 100 miles away, so almost there, easy. Once I see that drop below 100 and we get down to 2 digits, that's like I'm next door as far as I'm concerned. That is super easy. Anyway, 18,800 miles on this thing, 428 watt-hours per mile. Cybertruck continues to roll on. Let's see how the charging goes today. That'll be the interesting thing for me, and maybe for you. Let me know what you think. I'll be back here in a little bit. Okay, so we are riding along. Highway speeds the whole way, by the way. It's wide open, and we are consuming a good bit. Now, we've been climbing up a hill, climbing elevation as we head towards Knoxville. We are going to start dropping elevation as we get closer. So we're only, 49 miles from the exit, 50 miles from the charger. Still showing we're going to arrive around 13%. So pretty accurate estimated state of charge upon arrival. I mean, Tesla's gotten pretty darn good at that over the last few years. They were nowhere near as accurate 3 to 4 years ago. It's gotten pretty darn good. Anyway, it's 55 degrees out, really, really cold. And we've driven 94 miles, an hour and 18 minutes. Again, making really good time, but sucking down the juice. 29% on the battery currently, and it is a beautiful wintry day to me at 55 degrees. And you can see the trees up this way are definitely losing their leaves. So, some color up through here. Pretty cool. Anyway, thanks for riding along with me. We are 806 miles into the trip, 456 watt-hours per mile. It is a long journey, but it's been a good one. I've been able to get a ton of work done. I've enjoyed the ride in the Cybertruck. I mean, this thing is comfortable, spacious. I've got plenty of room. Now, again, I've told many of y'all I'm 6'6" tall, over 300 pounds. I'm a big guy, and I have a ton of room in the Cybertruck. I mean, look at this thing. Spacious, comfortable, nice. Now, it's not whisper quiet. The Juniper's quieter in the Cybertruck for me. And the Mercedes EQS is silent. It's fantastic. But talk about comfort and space. This thing is something else. Super nice. So on my road trip next week to Tulsa, Oklahoma, it looks like looks like where I'm headed towards the end of the week. I'm either going to take the Model Y Juniper or the Mercedes EQS. Let me know what you think. Which one should I take? I'd love to get your feedback before that road trip, because that road trip video will be coming next. I'll have a coworker with me on the way up, so I really won't be able to video much on the way up, but you'll get a full video for the way back from Tulsa back to Dallas-Fort Worth. So that'll be an interesting one next week. And there you can really see the change of color on the leaves as we head into this wintry area. It's beginning to feel a lot like Christmas. Look at that. When I'm in Dallas-Fort Worth and it's 90 degrees this time of year, it's definitely way different than the vibe you get up here. It feels like winter up here, or fall, winter, whatever you want to call it. The cold weather, the everybody wearing coats, heavy coats, jackets, whatever. The leaves off the trees and the color of the trees. It's just really, really pretty, and definitely a change of scenery for sure. And again, we live in just such a vast country. But all right, I'm 41 minutes out. I'll be there before we know it, and you can just see how dirty that windshield is. It's nasty. We'll see if we can get that cleaned up at the next stop. So Knoxville, Watt Road, here we come. We're gonna make another elevation climb here, headed up another kind of mountain, hill, whatever you want to call it, as we head into Knoxville, Tennessee, and then we'll start descending into Knoxville. So we're gonna kind of use up some efficiency going up this hill. We're at 462 watt-hours per mile, 103 miles. We've only got 36 minutes, 39 miles to go. Still arriving with around 13%. But here we climb. And that's kind of what I wanted to show you is as the car climbs. And it's doing the driving. I'm sitting back here. My hand's actually down here, resting. I'm alert. I'm paying attention. I can grab the wheel at any minute. But, man, FSD is so good on these highways. And I know people have had autopilot and all, but I had autopilot for years, all the phantom braking, and this is just so much better than any kind of road highway driving system I've used, including the Mercedes system and Rivian's highway system and Blue Cruise, Super Cruise on GM. I've tried all of them, and this thing just blows everything away. It's really remarkably good. But yeah, here we climb. Beautiful scenery, right? I mean, just look at this. They carved these roadways up through the mountains. And that's just fascinating to me. And I like how it slows down for the turns some. Then it'll pick up speed on the straightaways. I mean, it does really, really well. It'll change lanes automatically as we go. And look at that. That is really something. Comfortable, guys. I'm telling you, really takes a lot of stress off of driving across the country. When you're driving close to 1,200 miles in, roughly a day and a half, when the car does it for you, it's just really, really something. And that's part of the reason why next week I may take that Model Y Juniper. It's been a while since I did a road trip in it. Haven't put many miles on it in the last 30 days, honestly. With picking up the EQS and with everywhere I've been in the country, flying here, driving there, flying there, bringing a Cybertruck up here, kind of leaning towards taking the Juniper just for a different experience. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, this thing is good. And here's the thing, the Juniper is just better with the full self-driving. It's the best. It's really something. All right, anyway, I will update you. You can see, though, we're sucking down up some juice. I was going to say sucking down some electrons, but it's using up the juice. Wow, that sign is messed up. Look at that. No idea what language that was. Anyway, now it's really going to start improving as we descend into the Knoxville area. And from here all the way over to eastern part of Tennessee around Dandridge, Pigeon Forge, that area, it'll be really good consumption. Then we're going to get some poor consumption riding up in the hills towards Bristol, Virginia, up towards Wytheville, and then descending into the Roanoke Valley. We'll get really good efficiency there. But right away, you're going to notice we're dropping quickly here. And you'll see the green over here, not on these turns, and not when I'm climbing this little hill here. But when it's black, it means it's using battery. It's using energy. The accelerator's depressed. And when it goes green, that means we're putting energy back in the battery. It's actually kind of regenning and it's charging the battery. So I love watching, I've seen range, miles remaining, percentage state of charge, and range increase going down mountains. It's really, really cool how that works. We're at 460 watt-hours per mile. I think this may be the final little hill climb, and then we'll start descending. So let's see if we can watch that. But there, it's increasing consumption now. So this is getting worse. The number's going up, 461. And now we're going to start dropping again. You'll see it letting off the throttle, and you're going to see green right here. A little bit of green. You'll see more green here as we head down this hill. You'll see my consumption improving. I'm down to 460. And it's going to drop below. Oh, here's another little hill up. There we're at 459. It's going to climb back up a little. And again, for the overall trip, we're at 455. So to improve that, on this leg, we've got to be below 455 overall. And that'll improve the overall average for the trip. The goal being to get this below the lifetime on the car for the trip. Don't know that that's going to happen, but anything's possible. And now we should start seeing some green here as we start descending. Very low energy use though. You can see we're at 459 watt-hours per mile. I do need to dial this back. A lot of police out, as I mentioned the last couple of days. Let's jump over. So there we're at 457 now, watt-hours per mile. Well, I guess that's 458, but pretty cool how that happens, isn't it? So now we're down to 456 on the current drive. Again, 455 is the average for the overall trip. And we are now at the 455 mark. Now I've got another climb coming up here. A lot of rolling elevation here, and then ultimately we do drop down and we lose elevation. So now we're slightly below the overall trip average, but now we're climbing up another hill. Trucks use the right 2 lanes ahead. There's a big truck. I don't know, I find this all fascinating. I really enjoy watching the energy consumption. I enjoy the self-driving. I love how it just switches lanes and does its own thing while I sit here. It's very satisfying. When you've been road tripping, 50 to 75,000 miles per year for 30 years, the last 3 years have just been totally eye-opening and totally evolving, and it's an evolution of technology and vehicles and autonomy. And for me to be able to sit here and drive across the country in a vehicle like this, it just blows my mind, guys. I mean, I would have never have imagined this. I mean, yeah, I imagined it. Even as a kid, I told a story before for those that have watched some of my videos. My grandfather had a Lincoln Town Car. My grandparents had a lot of money. They always bought new Lincolns every year or every other year. They would lease them for 1 to 2 years, or however they did it. They would buy them, sell them, whatever. Lincoln Town Cars, those big square boxes. Really fantastic cars back in the day. And I was with 2 of my cousins, my grandfather and my grandmother, and I was up front. One of my cousins was on the seat beside me. It was a bench seat. I was in the middle. And we were on the way to a state fair or a county fair, and they did a lot of fairs. I grew up in Pennsylvania. They did a lot of fairs, county fairs where they'd have livestock. They would have a circus type environment, rides and balloons and cotton candy and fortune tellers, all that fun stuff, funnel cakes, etc. And we're headed to one of the fairs, and I'll never forget it. My grandfather's driving, and God rest his soul, he passed away many years ago when I was probably 11 or 12 years old, so 40-ish years ago he passed away. And they told me that the car was driving us. They go, look, the car's driving. And I go, what? I said, how does that work? And I looked over, and the steering wheel, his hands were back like I am, and the steering wheel was moving like this is. Like, as we take turns, the steering wheel just moves. Like, this car is driving itself. And they said, Travis, look, it's driving itself. It's amazing. And I'll show you here on this turn. as we were riding along, by the way, my view's up here, kind of like this if you're seeing as I see, but look, Travis, it's steering itself, and the steering wheel was turning pretty dramatically through all the bends, and he didn't have a hand on the wheel. And I said, how does that work? Does it have cameras or something? And listen, I was young. I might have been 8, 9 years old, maybe 10. It was before he passed, not long before he passed. And he goes, yeah, it has all that stuff. And this is amazing, and it fascinated me the whole ride. And they're all laughing, and I couldn't figure out why they're laughing. He had his knees under the edge of the steering wheel, and he was moving his knee, which would move the top of the wheel. They kept focusing my attention at the top of the wheel. I was young, I was naive, I didn't know. Look down here, I could see him moving it. Really, really cool. But in my mind, after he showed me that, and they all kind of made fun of me, and they laughed, and I mean, they were having fun at maybe my expense a little bit, but no big deal. As a young kid, and it was funny. Didn't hurt my feelings. And I said, you mean they don't offer that? And he goes, no, it has cruise control. Like, it'll control the throttle, the accelerator, the gas pedal. But no, and back then, they didn't brake much. They didn't do a lot with the cruise. Maybe the Lincoln did, but a lot of cars would just control the speed. And when you were going downhill, you still had to apply the brakes. And cruise control evolved over time, but it didn't do like a traffic aware cruise control. It didn't slow down for traffic in front of you. There was no radar. It was just standard cruise control, and this would have been 1980 something. And so mid 80s, probably 84, 85, something like that. So however the cruise control worked, and he explained it to me. I said, you mean they don't sell something like that with cameras and stuff? He goes, no, they don't make that. And I said, well, they should. And he goes, yeah, that's never going to happen. A car can never drive you. And I said, why? I don't see why not. And he goes, well, that's why we were able to trick you. And I laughed, and I just thought about that over the years. And even as a kid, I thought there's no reason why technology can't get there. Like, we have cameras. Cameras can see what we see. Why can't the car drive us? And that was always something I kind of believed it could happen. And I was always kind of a dreamer on that kind of stuff. And I was always then tech forward from that point forward. I always stayed on top of technology, and any new tech, I always like to get it, try it, test it, use it. And look at this. It's almost off the edge of the road, by the way. But anyway, yeah, it was really interesting to me, and it taught me some valuable lessons. But here we are, fast forward. About 3.5 years ago, I started beta testing FSD, and I had that mind-blowing moment. It reminded me of this story with my grandfather. When I made my first FSD drive, the car was driving me, and I was just completely blown away, and I've been blown away from it ever since. And I don't think people truly can understand, unless you grow up 30, 40, 50 years ago, how far technology's come. These phones, all of what we're doing right now, what I'm doing, the fact that I can post this and you can watch it, it is absolutely fascinating to me. I love it. I love the technology. Tesla is so far ahead of everybody else. It's unbelievable with a lot of the autonomy. Now, with that being said, Tesla's a great software company. They're not the best vehicles on the planet. They're nice. I like the Tesla cars, and the quality's really improved, but they're by no means perfect, and there's way better built vehicles out there. I wish Tesla's technology platform could be, and frankly should be, licensed by nearly everybody. And then we could have this FSD stuff in most all cars. It is so good. It is remarkably good. And I absolutely enjoy it. So, anyway, little story. Now, during that story, I don't know if you watched, let's check out our consumption. We are down to 441 watt-hours per mile as we've dropped into the valley. Overall, on the Roanoke trip, it's dropped down to 453 watt-hours per mile. So we've made great progress. We are preconditioning. I don't know if you saw that pop up while I was talking, but it's preconditioning the battery. We're arriving around 10:07 with roughly 13% left in the battery. We're 20 minutes, 21 miles out, and it's 9:47 a.m. It's cold. It's getting colder as I head further east. 51 degrees now. So yes, it is chilly. But here we go. The car's steering itself. Look at that. My grandfather would be smiling if he watched this video. Anyway, thanks for following along and listening to my little story. More details to follow here as we get closer to the charging station. We're only 20 minutes out for the EVgo here at Watt Road. I'm going to check the EVgo app, make sure we still have chargers available, but that is where I'm headed as of right now. Okay, and here we are about to get off the exit for Watt Road, 448 watt hours per mile for the last 142 miles. So pretty good efficiency, not down to the lifetime average of the car, but better, and overall did improve the Roanoke trip, 853 miles. So we're just under a mile. We're getting off of Watt Road. FSD's doing its job. And we're going to exit off right here. I'm headed right over there to that pilot you can see across the road. Love the wind down of the engine noise. I think that's great. Okay, so we're just waiting for this light to change. Like I said, we're headed right over there. I'm not sure why this truck has its right turn signal on. Oh, he might have left it on from the exit. Yep, and I've charged at this one quite a few times. It shows all 4 chargers are available. We'll see when we get there. We've got 12% left on the battery. It did drop from 13 to 12. No big deal. Got a green light. We'll keep rolling. I'll take over as we get over here towards the parking lot because I'll navigate right into the charger and get plugged in. We're just looking for the blue canopies. They're back in that corner. This is a canopy charger, so it's pretty nice. Let me go ahead and just hit this. And we'll just go right in here while there's no traffic coming. And right over here to these chargers. There is an entrance right there. And I see a blue light on this one. Looks like they're painting something, some line markings or something, but we'll just pull right up to this one. And I'm gonna pull up past just a bit and make sure I can open my door properly. It'll put me in park. Yep. Okay, we're good. Let's get plugged in and see what happens. We'll see if this one stops today or if we get normal behavior. 12% on the battery. 143 miles, 443 watt hours per mile. Overall, 854 miles, 453 watt hours per mile. It's 10:06, 57 degrees. I need to grab my coat. And let's get our CCS adapter out of the door here and get plugged in. So it is starting to charge. It's ramping up. I did go ahead and lock the Cybertruck doors through the app just to see if that'll help it as I walk away. But notice at 12%, we're right up to 346 kilowatts. Again, this is a 350, pulling 346, 345, absolutely ripping. Let's see how much juice we can put on in 1 minute. I love to check that. And then we're gonna walk away and see if it continues to charge. And then when I walk back, does it stop or does it continue? So right now we're at 45 seconds. And There were over 4 kilowatt hours of energy put in already. Remember, we pulled in at 12%. We're already up to 15%, and it's less than a minute. So at the 1 minute mark, bam. Oh, it dropped me out, but just about 5 kilowatt hours of energy in 1 minute, up to 16% state of charge. Absolutely ripping. 346 kilowatts and holding. Definitely an improved charging curve. Must have been something through software. Let's see if this thing stops when I walk away, and I'll report back here shortly. Okay, we just walked out of the Pilot Flying J. I literally only used the restroom, kind of washed my hands, cleaned up, and now, when I say cleaned up, just washed my hands and splashed some water on my face, whatever, it's early. And now headed over to the EVgo charger, and let's see if it stops charging. It's not supposed to, but we'll kind of see what happens here. It's still charging. Okay, so we've put in 38 kilowatt hours of energy in 9 minutes. That's pretty darn good. Still pulling 165 kilowatts at 42%. They've definitely improved the charging curve of the Cybertruck. I mean, that's much better than it used to be. Still not great, could be better. And yeah, it has not stopped charging. So this had to be related to that Amazon stuff going on yesterday. It's the only thing I can think of. Hey, you know what? That is cool. Love the graphic. Let me adjust my seat. Restore. There we go. Okay, so let's see where we're going next. I think I'm just going to go to the EVgo in White Pines. White Pine. Is it this one? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to plug in the hotel in Roanoke, Virginia. I don't have it. Let's look under favorites. Here it is. Hampton Inn, Salem, Virginia. That didn't work. So let's try that again. That was strange. Okay, so now it wants me to go to Sevierville, which is a Buc-ee's in charge, and then Abington. Not doing either of those. So let's add in EVgo, White Pine. I think it's only 60, 70 miles, if that. I think that'll be my next stop. Yeah. So then, we're not doing that. Knoxville one. And then there's another EVgo in, let's see all locations it says. Oh, none. Great. VA. Is it Fort Chiswell? I think it is. Is it this one? Yeah, that's right along my route. That's what I want. I want that one. So now let's edit these. That seems right. That's my route. And so we're going to stop in White Pine, we're going to stop in Fort Chiswell, and we're going to go to Roanoke. So what I want to do now is remove all charging stops. It's going to tell me I can't make it. But I'm going to get to this one in White Pine with 26%. I'll be minus 30% at the next one. So we're going to stop in White Pine, juice up for a bit, and then we've got another couple hours then to the Fort Chiswell, and then roughly another hour to Salem, Virginia. That's the plan. What I'm going to do so the system doesn't freak out on me, we're just going to delete these two out. We're just going to go to the first one for now. I'm going to get unplugged and hit the road. I'm only pulling 145 kilowatts. I'm already up to almost 50%. Until I unplug, it'll probably be 50%. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's at 50 now. Let's take a look at the charger. Look at the session details. Let's get unplugged and let's hit the road. I'm glad to see they're cleaning these. A lot of spider webs, a lot of bugs, and they're pressure washing it down. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, I've been here 13 minutes, put in almost 50 kilowatt hours of energy, and we're gonna hit stop charge, end session. Boom. That went white. Let me get unplugged and get on the road. I'll be back with you shortly. Okay, so we're just waiting to get out of the parking lot here. This is just a pretty bad exit situation, and this vehicle in front of me has just chosen not to go multiple times when they could have gone over and over and over. So we're just sitting here. We got a pretty long line of vehicles behind us as well. You can kind of see some of that in my mirror. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get out here and go and avoid any issues. So anyhow, we had what I would call an excellent charging session with the Cybertruck. I mean, that's ideal. It was a 13-minute stop. It did not hold me up at all. I went in, used the restroom, washed my hands, splashed some water on my face, kind of freshened up, and I'm back on the road. That was as easy as it gets. And come on, let's go. Pay attention. I can see them in the mirror. They're just staring off to the right and not looking ahead at all. Anyway, that's the horn in the Cybertruck. So, with that being said, that was an excellent charging session. I mean, we put on almost 50 kilowatt hours of energy in 13 minutes. That's the way cars should charge, all the way to the top. I mean, I pulled in with, 12%, got out of there with 50%, 13 minutes. It put a lot of energy in. It's just an inefficient vehicle, and it's big. But I got enough energy to go, according to this, 162 more miles. Real world, probably 120 miles of extra range anyway. So we're going to get back on the road. We're going to White Pine, which is just right up the road here, on the same route we're riding. Then we're going to Fort Chiswell. Been to both of those many times. We're just going to plug in, juice up, and take off. We're just charger hopping today. That was a flawless session. So I'm going to tell you, everything that went on yesterday was probably related to this Amazon nonsense and the outages of services. So everything's connected, and I think, just back-end connection, system communication, there were just faults happening throughout. Everything's working great today. So far so good. It was the first charging session, but let's see what happens when we get back riding and get a couple more under our belt. We got less than an hour to go. This is an easy one. We're only roughly 4 hours from Roanoke, Virginia. Once I can eventually get back on the highway and get rolling, we don't have that far to go yet today. So that's a good thing. We're going to get back out here and hit the road. Get up to highway speed very quickly because we're in a electric vehicle. And follow along. More details to follow. We'll see how consumption is. Right now, not great, of course. 1,108 watt hours per mile. We're sucking down the juice, but that'll change. So I'll update you in a little bit. Okay, we're just right now on the western edge of Knoxville. Of course, it was a Knoxville address at that last charging station, but we've been driving now 13 miles. We have not passed through the city yet. This is the Paper Mill Drive exit. I've stayed off this exit many times at several of these hotels along here. Anyway, we're riding along. It's just a beautiful day. It's 63 degrees out now. Again, blue skies, beautiful driving weather. We're at 435 watt hours per mile. For the last 14 miles, and I expected the efficiency to take a while. It's just generally very efficient roads through here and pretty flat elevation, so that helps. Should improve the overall trip on this leg. We've got 38 minutes, 42 miles. We'll be passing through the city of Knoxville in just a second. I thought you may want to ride along for that. Should arrive to the EVgo in White Pines, if I didn't mention, at 28%. It's 10:38 a.m. now. I do have 45% left on the battery. And again, I am just enjoying this drive. What a fantastic day to be alive, to be driving, to be road tripping in a Tesla. Should be passing through the city here in a second, and wow, was that car moving. I mean, I'm doing 74. That car had to have been doing 95, 100 anyway. Crazy. Tennessee Volunteers advertisement sign for some type of, I think that might have been an alcoholic beverage. Excuse me. I like the blacked out look on a lot of the cars. That had a blacked out logo on the back. It looked pretty sharp. More and more of that. Here is the town of Knoxville. I know I've been quiet for these last couple of minutes. I've just been enjoying the ride and looking around. And you gotta watch, there's some major potholes on these sections, so you can see the roads can get pretty bad through here. So I'm gonna keep my eyes out. I've got my hand right near the wheel, ready to take over if needed. Matter of fact, I'm gonna rest it right on the wheel. That Golden Globe over there is the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame, I believe. See it over there? And that is about Knoxville in a blink of an eye. We're about through the city. It's a fairly small city, but a pretty cool old town. A lot of character, a lot of history. I'm going to dial the speed back just a notch. It seems like the truck is going a little fast for my taste through here. There you go. We made it through Knoxville, Tennessee, popping out on the other side on I-40. I mean, this is 40 going through the city, but we'll be popping out on the other side and riding along. So, yeah, only 33 minutes, 36 miles to go until we hit this next charger. So, efficiency, 424 watt-hours per mile, better than the lifetime of the car. Again, we've only been driving 20 miles, but pretty efficient now. A little bit of elevation coming up, and I will update you here as we get closer to the charger. We'll be there in just a few minutes. So as you know, we made a quick stop at the last charging stop, but even with that, we're going to arrive to this next one with 29%. So pretty high state of charge. Ideally, I like to arrive between 10 and 20%, closer to 10%. You kind of get that maximum charging speed, but it's not a big deal because I think we're going to need to be here, I'm going to guess 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to run in. I think I'm going to grab a cold refreshment. I've got ice cold bottles of water in my fridge down here, but I think I could use a fountain drink with some ice, and we'll see what they have. This is another EVgo charging station. It's a Pilot Flying J. We're just going to get up here, get plugged in, juice up for a little bit. We'll see how far we've got to go. I think I'm probably going to have to be at 50 or 60%. Probably 60%. I think it's a couple hours to the next one. Let me kick this into hurry so it jumps to the left lane and passes. Anyway, here's the exit for Sevierville, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg. That is a huge touristy area. People absolutely love it. I've got some business over this way, and when I'm over here, all the folks, my coworkers, will all stay up in like Gatlinburg or whatever. I don't care for that area at all. It's way too touristy. It's kind of like Ocean City, Maryland, Myrtle Beach. Think of a tourist city, whatever, up in the middle of the mountains. It's kind of crazy, but there is Buc-ee's there. At that Sevierville exit, you can see 20 plus chargers, 23 available. Let's take a look and see how big of a station that is. 24, 250 kilowatts. So charged there many times. Charged across the street at the Electrify America that's at the Harley Davidson dealer. It's literally right across the exit from that. Charged there many times. I always try to avoid the Buc-ee's because it's just so darn busy, and you end up losing time anytime you have to go to a Buc-ee's. It's a loss of time, unless it's super early AM, middle of the night, whatever. Then you can make it in and out of those pretty good. But during the day, they're a madhouse. It's a destination gas station. So we're at 425 watt hours per mile, last 40 miles, doing better than the lifetime average of the car. It's brought the Roanoke trip down, almost 900 miles on the Roanoke trip. You'll see we're at 451 watt hours per mile. It is 61 degrees out, about 11 a.m. We are on Eastern time, and I'm only a few hours away now. I would guess I'll arrive to the hotel between probably 2 and 3 p.m. I'll have to look once I get up here. But we're going to do 2 quick charging stops, as I mentioned. This White Pine, and then we've got one more, and then we'll be there. So pretty easy, just a few hours of driving left, and we'll be in Roanoke, Virginia. Appreciate you following along. I mentioned early on the video, do me a favor, very small percentage of people who watch the videos regularly subscribe. It does help me if you subscribe. So if you enjoy this type of content, please click that button and help out my ability to keep doing this. Again, it's a hobby, but I'm encouraged by the views and the subscriptions. That keeps me going. Advertisement for the Hard Rock in Bristol. Stayed there quite a few times. It's a fairly new casino. There's another advertisement. We're not that far away from that. I guess we're maybe an hour and a half from there. We'll be passing through Bristol pretty soon. So yeah, we're only 14 minutes out, 15 miles. We're going to jump off. This one's right off the exit. It's on this side of the road. It's 0.2 miles. We turn left in there, and the chargers are right there on the left. Been to this one quite a few times. Quick, easy charging stop. And yeah, we'll get some juice. So that's the plan. I'll be back with you here in just a few minutes. So we're about to get on 81 North. We are climbing elevation for the last few minutes. You can see consumption is getting worse. We're headed up that hill now towards Bristol, Virginia. So, which is fine. Absolutely no issue. But I am going to consume some extra electrons throughout the rest of this leg, headed into this charger. I don't think we'll be at this charger long. I just got to get to the next one. And Then I think at the next one, which is, where was that one at? Hold on, let me look. Fort Chiswell. I think at Fort Chiswell, I'm probably going to have lunch there. There's a Wendy's. I can walk in. Wendy's has okay salads. I can grab a salad, have lunch, sit down, and just let this thing juice up. Hopefully it juices successfully. I'll keep an eye on it on the Tesla app and the EVgo app. And that way I have a little extra range when I get to the hotel. When I get to Roanoke, I have a few errands to run, and then I'll head to the hotel. So, yeah, that's kind of the plan at this point. And right here is 81. Trying to see down there in the corner, it always tells you what interstate you're on. Right now it's just saying I'm in the Dandridge, Tennessee area, but it should show 81 in just a second, because technically right now we're on 81. And there you go, it shows 81. So that's pretty darn good. So yeah, it should arrive with around 30%. We're only 3 miles out, so you might as well ride with me as we get to the charger. Car's done a great job. It's been a good 900 miles. Obviously some concerns yesterday with the charging, but it makes sense with those Amazon services being all messed up. That must have been the cause. To exit 4 for White Pine Road. And I'm telling you, this is a fairly easy one to get to. It is right off of the interstate. And I've charged at this one quite a few times, so. Exit 4. We'll go ahead and dial the speed back and let the car relax a little bit. 428 watt-hours per mile, on par with the overall lifetime of the vehicle. There, I just dialed the speed back. You can see it actually improved it. But let's review our stats, because we're only a mile away. 55 miles on the last leg, so we'll call it 56 miles, 427 watt-hours per mile. 910 miles on the Roanoke trip, 451 watt-hours per mile. Getting better, getting closer to the lifetime average of the car, and it's still 63 degrees out. It's 11:11, so running on Eastern time. Only been driving just a few hours, but making good progress. I think I'm 3.5 hours out with charging. Once I hit this next run, probably 3.5 hours to Roanoke, because I'll stop and have lunch probably at that Wendy's at the next stop. You can see it's just right across the street. This is a really, really good one. The chargers are on the left side of the parking lot. You'll see the blue from the chargers. Let me make sure it takes the proper lane here. Yeah, it does. It did. I went ahead and stopped FSD because I am going to rip right into the chargers. Let's get right over there and get plugged in. Got some squeegees, which is good news. I can clean the windshield and get plugged in and get juicing real quick. And let's get backed up here. I think that's about right. Okay, let me grab my CCS adapter out of the door. It's right in here. Got our handy dandy A to Z adapter. I'm going to be testing one, and the one I prefer, from EV Base very shortly. Let me go ahead and get plugged in. I'll be right back. Okay, weirdly, this left charging handle would not work. It would not connect. Just simply no communication. Even though it showed available, it wouldn't click over. So plugged in with this right one, popped up right away, payment authorized. It was checking cable safety. It'll be matching voltage. Hearing a lot of clicks and pops. I heard the cabinets popping over there, and there we go. We'll be spooling up now and getting hopefully good charging speeds. I love how quickly these 800 volt chargers ramp up. We're already up to 200 kilowatts. And we're sitting around 200 kilowatts. We're at 31%. It's a little slow. Should be getting a little faster than that, but not worth unplugging and replugging, I don't think. I'm going to keep an eye on it, though. This is, it's running pretty slow. Maybe it'll kick up another module or two, but I doubt it because it's ramping down. Let me check and see what the screen of the vehicle says. It may say charging speed limited by charging station. It doesn't say that yet. But yeah, it should be getting faster speeds for sure at this state of charge. So I'll tell you what I am going to do, just to test it. We are going to stop charging. We're going to unlock the charging port. We're quickly going to unplug, move over, and plug into that charger, and I'll let you know. Okay, we'll see what happens. We're moved over here. Payment authorized popped up right away. Checking cable safety popped up very, very quickly. By the way, this is a great charging station right off the exit. I have a feeling that cabinet's not performing right because that left cable wasn't charging right. The right one seems slow. We're matching voltage, so we should see the charging screen in just a second. And let's see what kind of speeds we get on this one. It's worth checking it. And remember, we were pulling around 170. Okay, that seems about right then. That's just what I'm getting. And maybe it didn't precondition properly. Maybe the battery's a little hot, but yeah, I didn't need to move. I wasted, 30 seconds or something, less than a minute. Not a big deal, but I just wanted to check it. But yeah, I'd say we're getting proper speeds then. So just unfortunately slower than I'd like to see at 34% on the battery. That's disappointing with a pack this big and a vehicle that's capable of charging 500 kilowatts to be at 30% and pulling less than 170. That's kind of weak sauce. So if you ask me, let's make sure our outlets are on. We're good. Let's check our next stop, which is Fort Chiswell. And we're probably going to be negative 25. Oh yeah, remove all charging stops. We don't want that. Oh, negative 18, not bad. Not bad. So we put in, a few kilowatt hours at the other one. And now we're just cranking. We need 17 more percent plus a buffer. So we've got to get up to about 60% on here, I would guess. Just roughly. And I'm going to let it rip. Let's see if it keeps charging when I walk away. We'll see what happens, and I'll report back. Okay, so this charging issue continues. I don't know if it's the Amazon systems or what it is, but I've unplugged and replugged about 5 times over the last 5 minutes, and it would keep disconnecting. I can't walk away from the truck. If I walk away and change the lock or unlock status, this thing crashes. If you check my video from yesterday, you'll see it happening. I'm at a Pilot Flying J EVgo charger here in White Pine, Tennessee. I was charging over there. The left handle wouldn't work. The right handle charged, and then it crashed. He plugged in with his Lightning. He's charging so far. What I have to do is keep the door open, stay with the vehicle, not walk away, and it seems like it'll charge. I'm pulling 151 kilowatts right now at 43%. So in the first minute, I've only taken on about 2.5 kilowatt hours of energy. But with that being said, this thing has crashed a bunch. So I'm just going to stay with the vehicle. I'm not going to go in and use the restroom or anything here at this Pilot Flying J. I'm just going to stay with it. But we've got some type of issue going on all over the country with these EVgo stations. Now, I use Auto Charge Plus with my Tesla. I've got the VIN number plugged in. I use this for all my electric vehicles, and I've used it successfully for quite some time. I don't know if it's a Tesla software thing, but it seems to me it's probably related to the Amazon thing going on. But either way, if I walk away from this vehicle, it'll just crash. So I'm going to report this to EVgo. Maybe they can look at the logs and figure out what's ending the charge. I'm going to call them once I get back on the road here. But I'm sitting at 45%, pulling about 150 kilowatts. I'm going to stay with it. I need to get my juice to head up the road. So more details to follow, but we're having a major bug here with EVgo. Okay, so this last charging session, what I did is I activated it through the EVgo app. Then I plugged in. So far, this one's working. I'm not going to dare walk into the restroom yet. I'm serious. I had 5 different plug and unplugs. It would just keep disconnecting. Even when I stood near the truck, it would crash. So lightning owner pulled in. I gave the charger a minute to kind of reset. I probably wasted 5 minutes anyway messing around with this stuff. So the next stop's about 2 hours and 14 minutes. From there, it's another probably hour and 15 minutes to my hotel. So I've got about 3.5 hours left. No big deal. Plus a little bit of charging. So I'm going to guess I'll get to the hotel actually between 3 and 4 instead of between 2 and 3, which is totally fine. I've got some work to do, phone calls to make, whatever. We need to call EVgo and alert them of what's going on. Let's see what our charge limit's set at. It's set at 80%, which is why it's saying that. So let's bump that up. One-time charge. Boom. 1 hour to full. We're not going to sit here that long. If we go now, if we stay below 61 miles an hour, we can reach the destination with above 3%. But if we drive the way I've been driving, I'll get there with -4. So why risk it? I love the animations, by the way. This is just cool. That's cool. Yeah. Pretty sick looking situation there. About to cross 19,000 miles, by the way, which is cool. 65 degrees out, 11:36 a.m. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I wasted a good 5 minutes. I could have been charging. These sessions should be seamless. So, yeah, don't know what I'm going to do up here at Fort Chiswell. I have a feeling I'm going to skip lunch and just charge, which will be just fine. Climate on keep. Maybe the climate kicking on and off is triggering it. I don't know. So if we leave now, we'll get there with 0%. As I mentioned earlier, I think I've got to get up to about 60% on there. So anyway, let me check my email, take care of a few of those things. We've been here already like 20 plus minutes, and a lot of wasted time on my part. But hey, it is what it is. That's the adventure. I'll be back with you shortly. So I was just talking to the F-150 Lightning owner. He has an A to Z adapter, CCS to, or NACS to CCS, and it failed on him. He called them. They said, you must have a faulty adapter. I told him, go ahead and buy the one from EVbase. It's basically the Tesla OEM one for about $80 after you use my discount code BYTESLA. So he's going to go on and check it out. It's a much less expensive, much higher quality adapter, and that's why I'm looking forward to getting EVbase's CCS to NACS adapter for the Cybertruck. I'm using A to Z, and it just seems like a very cheap adapter. I'm anxious to use the one from EVbase. Anyway, 14% estimated state of charge upon arrival. Let's run in and use the restroom. If it fails, that's okay. I've got to use the restroom anyway. I've had the door stay open the whole time I've been charging here. I'm worried about, I kept it open when I walked over and talked to him. I'm worried about it failing. I'm gonna wait until I show about 15% on the guessometer, state of charge upon arrival, because I am making an elevation climb. I'd like to have a little extra buffer, so I don't have to stop short. Honestly, I'd like to get this up to about 75%. So we'll see. Now, I did activate it differently this time. I activated it using the EVgo app and then plugged the car in. So maybe it'll stay charging. Maybe it's not using the Auto Charge Plus authentication, and it'll keep pulling juice. But man, a lot of failures on EVgo today. I may just have to manually activate these chargers if this works when I walk away. So let me wait till this jumps up to 70%. And then we're gonna run in real quick and use the restroom. It's been a long charging stop. I've been here like 30 minutes, unacceptable. A lot of issues on this one, but I'm learning. And guess what? Maybe it'll help somebody if I can help resolve it by calling EVgo. Just give me that 1% more, and then we're gonna close the door and walk away. There we go. Okay, let's see what happens. When it locks, it just locked. I don't hear the cabinets clicking. I'm still green, I'm still charging. All right, I'm gonna walk away. We'll see what happens. I'll be back with you shortly. No, we've still got the green light on the top. Notice that one's blue, and this one's green. Means we're still charging. So the secret workaround is activate through the EVgo app and not with Auto Charge Plus. Actually, I lied. It stops when I walk up. So it's an issue regardless. Let me get unplugged and let's hit the road. I'll be back with you shortly. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I don't know what's going on with these EVgo chargers, but it's like as soon as I walk back to the vehicle, before I even unlock it, as soon as it recognizes the phone key, it disconnects. No idea what's going on. After I record this clip, I'm going to call EVgo and see if they have any idea. I'm just going to report it to them and let them know I've just started having this issue the last couple of days. And maybe it's a known issue, maybe it isn't, but I think I need to do my diligence and report it, if not for me, for everybody else that's driving a Tesla trying to charge at EVgo. And I doubt there's that many Tesla drivers that charge at EVgo, but I'm certainly one of them. So yeah, I'm gonna disconnect and call them now, and we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, I'll tell you, 424 watt hours per mile. I'm 12 miles in, and overall in a Roanoke trip, 450. So things are improving. I've got up and down elevation until I get through Bristol, and I'm about 2 hours from the charger here in Fort Chiswell, where I'll arrive with about 21% on the battery. I'm at 70% now. It did juice up to 75 or so until I pulled out, so it charged while I went and used the restroom. But as soon as I walked out, as you saw, it disconnected. So unfortunate, but we're back on the road again. So I'll report back to you here shortly. So I called EVgo. They have not heard of this issue. And I explained to them that it shuts off charging whether I use Auto Charge Plus or if I manually activate through the app, whatever. It's a Tesla and EVgo issue. When the car is locked or unlocked, most of the time it'll stop charging. And yeah, maybe they'll figure it out. But they thanked me, said they were making note of it, and we'll see what happens. But anyway, there you go. Riding along, and obviously if I just want an uneventful charging session, go to Tesla. But we're not going to do that. We're going to go to the next EVgo charger here in Fort Chiswell, Virginia. So it should be fun. We are in Bulls Gap, Tennessee, as you can see down in the bottom right, about 30 miles from the Virginia state line, and we're getting closer and closer to Roanoke, Virginia. So yeah, I'm enjoying the trip. I'm going to kick back, relax, and enjoy the ride for the next hour or so, and I'll update you here periodically. Okay, so we're on 81, right around Bristol. That was exit 1 for Bristol. And we're just crossing into Virginia now. You'll see it's Bristol, Virginia down there in the bottom right. I love how Google Maps / Tesla Nav shows that down on the bottom. Anyway, we're about an hour and 10 minutes out, 78 miles, 21% estimated state of charge upon arrival. Here's the exit for Bristol Motor Speedway, exit 3. And yeah, we're only really a couple hours from Roanoke from Bristol. Not a big deal, 2.5 hours. We're at 437 watt hours per mile on this last leg. We've been driving for 58 minutes, 73 miles. We are 984 miles into the Roanoke trip, 449 watt hours per mile. So that is improving at 6 degrees out, excuse me. And yeah, it's 12:52 p.m., so about 1 p.m. I've decided I'm just going to skip lunch. I don't want to try to lock the car and go in and have charging just keep stopping. I'm just going to sit and charge with the car, check my email, and see how it goes. Now, there are EVgo chargers in Fort Chiswell. Directly across the street is a Circle K charger, and I think those are like 180 kilowatt chargers, 180, I think. Matter of fact, I remember when they are installed, Brandon Flash posted about them. He was involved in Circle K charging at that time, and he posted they were on free vend, meaning free charge. So it was for like the first 30 days or something. There was desperately needed charging in this area. You really only had the Tesla supercharger. It was a V2, 150 kilowatts. So Circle K opened theirs first, and then you have an Electrify America that opened. You have this Pilot Flying J. So now there's quite a few options. Tesla needs a version 3, version 4 charger somewhere along this path. Between their last charger, which I don't remember, it might be Abington or something, and Roanoke / Salem, Virginia, there's really nothing. And that Withville charger just sucks because it's a V2. It's full a lot of times, so you only get half of 150 kilowatts. You get around 72 kilowatts, and that's just terrible. So we need more options. So hopefully that happens. But anyway, we're going to head to the EVgo charger. It only shows one of the two chargers working. It shows the other one offline. I've seen that before where it actually ends up working, but shows one offline completely, both handles. The other one's working. Nobody's on it right now, but I'm still an hour out, so I could get there and it could be occupied. And I need the right side of the, let me think for a second. No, I need the left side of the charger, with the Cybertruck. I have to park on the left side of the charger. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to go and give it a shot and see if I can get charging. But if not, we'll pop across to the Circle K. Not a big deal. Or I can always backtrack to the Electrify America or the Tesla charger. So certainly a few options. I'm going to, how's that old saying go? I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. Listen, it's a free charging session. I'm going to give it a shot. We're going to go to that EVgo and see what happens. We're only now a little over an hour away. And as you can see, we're riding up through Bristol right now. So I'll be back with you here in a bit and give you an update as we get closer to the charger. Well, we are seeing some pretty good efficiency on this leg. 105 miles, 415 watt hours per mile. And overall on the Roanoke trip, 1,016 miles, 447 watt hours per mile. Will we get it down to 428 or less? I doubt it, but I think we'll get close, actually. I think we'll get around 430. We'll see what happens. Stick with me as we finish out the last 100 or so miles. We are only 45 miles, 46 minutes from the charger, arriving with around 22%. It is exit 80, and it's right off the exit. It's kind of up on the hill. We'll turn right off the exit and then almost an immediate left. And then it's right up into the parking lot, and the chargers are right in front of the Wendy's by this Pilot Flying J. So hopefully we can get plugged in and juiced up there. We're going to check it out. But if not, we've got plenty of other options. It's been an adventure here with the Cybertruck this last day and a half. I think this video shows the Tesla charging network is obviously super easy, but we even saw a failure at a Tesla charger. We saw the charging handle go red. It stopped charging, and then I unplugged, replugged, and it worked. But yeah, I mean, there's something crazy going on for sure. I hope it's not a sign of an issue with the battery here in the Cybertruck. I really do believe it is an issue with EVgo and Tesla, and it's a communication issue, and it may be isolated to the Cybertruck. What I need to do is test the Model Y Juniper and see if it does the same thing, because I have a feeling it may be related to the Cybertruck and the 800 volt versus 400 volt. I don't know. We'll see. Time will tell. First time I've ever had this bug, and I've charged at EVgo for the last year. This Cybertruck has charged there a lot. I'm talking probably 60% of the miles. The energy replenishment has been on EVgo. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. You can see we're driving through a beautiful area here as I'm talking. I say we're driving, you know, me in the car, or rather the car is. Yeah, just another beautiful day. You can see the trees up through here are pretty barren. Look over on that side. There's a lot of rock wall vegetation there. But yeah, as we get into Roanoke, Virginia, I imagine it's going to be a bit more brown. Leaves are definitely coming off of these trees. All right, well, again, I appreciate you following along. We'll report an update here when I get up here to the charger in just a few minutes. It always seems to be in the last 100 miles of any trip, I get this dead stopped in traffic. When I say dead stopped, I was sitting at 0. Yep. Now moving. I mean, it's kind of wild. I'm trying to look ahead and see what's causing it. I have no idea. But, yeah, probably construction. Let's look on the Tesla nav. It's not saying it's that long of a delay. And it opens back up. I have no idea really what's causing it. Oh, it says left lane closed ahead. So I would say we need to go ahead and get over one. which we'll figure that out here in a second. Anyway, yeah, I thought I'd just give you that update. 409 watt-hours per mile, 115 miles in, 36 minutes for 36 miles. We'll see how true that holds. We're at 2:04 p.m. ETA, 23% estimated state of charge upon arrival. And yeah, I don't know what we need to do here. I'm just kind of following traffic. But it did say left lane closed, so that's kind of interesting. We'll see how that all works out. I'll be back with you here in just a few minutes. Such a beautiful drive through these mountains, and yeah, it's a lane closure. I guess we may see why. I don't see anything yet other than this is new asphalt, new blacktop. Yeah, so far I see no reason why those cones are there. Let's follow along and see if they're doing some work here on the roadway. You know, grinding up and replacing asphalt or something, but it looks like way up here they're doing something, but just for a little stretch, so I'm not quite sure why they have it blocked for so long. Wow. Not a great job by that road crew marking that, for sure. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, alright, we're back up to speed, riding along. We'll be up here shortly, showing 2:03 currently, with 31 minutes left. So let's see what time we get there. More details to follow. Meanwhile, watch as I drive through this valley in between these mountains. Really cool, isn't it? If you're not from this part of the country, this probably looks pretty amazing. Nice truckload of Mercedes for sure. Almost all SUVs. Wow, Mercedes must be selling way more SUVs than cars anymore. Makes sense. I think everybody is. Okay, I'll be back with you here in a bit as we get to the charger up here in Fort Chiswell. So you've got this charger here in Atkins, Virginia. Then you've got the one in Wytheville, and then nothing over until Salem. And all I'm saying is the one in Atkins is a newer one. I just passed it about 30 miles from Wytheville, whatever. It's a great charger. It's 8 stalls, 250 kilowatts. Not at the best location. It's at like a motel. They don't want you using the restroom. There's no way to really walk to the gas station without crossing some busy traffic streets, whatever. Anyway, it's fine. I've charged at that one many times. The one in Wytheville I avoid. It's at also at a hotel, which is fine. They are friendly. They allow you to use the facilities. But you're back against a stone wall, which is also fine. It's a retaining wall. The issue is they're version 2 chargers. And then you have nothing until Salem, Virginia. Now in Salem, there's now multiple chargers in Salem. There's the older V2s, but there's also some V3. There's a V3 on Apperson, which is right off the one exit. Pretty good charging spot at the Sheets, which is great, 24/7. So yeah, you have that option. But again, it'd be nice if they put some V3s, V4s, kind of between Atkins and Salem somewhere, even if they upgraded Wytheville with either more power, more stalls, or a newer charger somewhere in that area. I imagine that'll come with time, but kind of like the chargers there in Little Rock, Arkansas. I didn't look on this trip through. Last time that whole V2 installation was down. I'm hoping they're upgrading that. If anyone knows, did they upgrade the Little Rock superchargers to version 3.5, version 4, something better? That one at those outlet at the Bass Pro Shop area has been a problem for years. It's so busy, so congested. and one of the only Tesla superchargers around. And used to be you needed that one, and I've charged at 75 kilowatts there more times than I can count on both hands, that's for sure. Or, 72 kilowatts, whatever it is, split. So anyway, just some charger thoughts as you learn and you charge and you travel. We're getting close now. Again, I'm getting really good efficiency, 416 watt hours per mile. So it has improved the car now back down to 428.0. So that's good. Anyway, we'll ride along, and I'll be back with you as we get off this exit in just a little bit. So we're going to try something creative at this next charger. I've shut off my Apple Watch, so there's no phone key active on there. And I'm going to get it charging. I'm going to let it charge for a little bit. And then I'm going to see if I can walk inside and if it'll continue to charge. I'm going to wait maybe 5 to 10 minutes and do that. If I'm able to do that, then I'm going to close the Tesla app and leave it closed so that when I walk up to the car, it doesn't proximity unlock the vehicle, which will shut off the charging. So let's see if I can figure out a little workaround. I really don't want to shut my phone off, but I could, and use my Tesla key card to get back in the car. But I have shut the watch off, so now I only have one phone key to deal with. And I'll kill Bluetooth maybe, and I'll swipe away the Tesla app, and we'll see if it stops charging when I walk up to it. It shouldn't, unless Sentry mode is capturing a video and disabling it, which I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's the proximity key. So anyway, I'm about to get off the exit here in 1.5 miles for Fort Chiswell. And yeah, we'll get juiced up. I don't like how it pushes so tight to an exit. Like, we're only a mile away from the exit. I put it in standard because I want it to go ahead and get over and prepare to exit. And we don't have to get around every car going into an exit. It's a little aggressive. Even in standard, see, it's not getting over. So I'm going to tell it, move over and get behind this truck. And listen, I'm sure it could pass this truck. No problem. But we're fine to slow down a little bit. We have been preconditioning since about 13 miles out. We're now 1 mile out. We're just literally jumping off this exit. There's your Circle K. There's your Flying J. Very cool. It says EV charging on that road sign. I don't know if you noticed that. If you didn't, back up and take a look at it. It shows EV charging. And I've been seeing that more and more on some of these road signs. They're now starting to put on exit signs the Tesla chargers, which I've not seen anywhere on the East Coast. Up there's the Circle K that has charging if I need it. I've charged there before multiple times. Looks like we've got a Mach-E up there charging. So I'm taking over because it's not doing the right thing. We need this right lane. I can't see past this truck, but it looks like I'm good to go. And then I've got to go left at this intersection. And I've got the left arrow. I looked, by the way, both chargers were working. There was one car charging. Looks like it might be a Silverado EV based on the back end of it. It's up here on the hill. We'll see as I get close. Let's go ahead and roll over there and check. So I need the left side. We're going to go ahead and back into this charger. Is it active? I can't tell if the light's blue or not. We'll see. I believe I'm far enough back. Let's go ahead and get plugged in, and we'll see what happens. I'll be right back with you once I get it charging. Okay, we just plugged in. It's saying starting to charge. There's the Wendy's I mentioned. It's at the Flying J. We're up on the hill. Backed into the charger. We've got a Silverado EV over there charging, and we're ramping up very, very quickly. I love how this thing ramps up on an 800 volt charger. I mean, it just jumps up to speed super quick versus on a Tesla charger, it takes minutes. Right up to 345 kilowatts at 22%. I love it. Good job, EVgo. And that's why I try to hit these more often than using the Tesla chargers. They really do generally work better, and I save time. But when you mess around 5 to 10 minutes like I did at the last stop, it absolutely does no good. You can see the Tesla charging curve. It ramps down pretty quickly. We're dropping down now to 320 kilowatts, but I can tell you these save minutes. It's even just the ramp up. It takes like 2 minutes on a Tesla charger to get up to 250 kilowatts or up to 325. When this thing, within the first minute, you've already put 4 to 5 kilowatt hours of energy in. They're really good with this vehicle, assuming they work properly. But of course, we've been having these glitches. So anyway, we'll see what happens here. I'm going to let it charge for a bit. I'm going to check my destination. We're going to the Hampton, there we go, Salem Electric Road East. And if we leave right now, we'll get there with 9%. It is a very efficient leg here, all downhill. Anyway, we are at 151 miles on this leg, 401 watt hours per mile. Overall, on the trip, you'll see to Roanoke, 1,062 miles with 64 miles to go. So we'll be at about 1,125 total miles and 444 watt hours per mile on this leg. So, I'm sorry, on the total trip. Lifetime on the vehicle, 427.9, so that's improving as expected. We've already put 9 kilowatt hours of energy in just a couple of minutes, and we are juicing up. I'm going to sit here with it until we get up to maybe 40%. I do need to use the restroom. I'll run in. I'll probably come out, unplug and replug if it fails, and let it juice for a bit. I want to get to the hotel. This thing's usually off. You know, I've got 60 miles to go. I probably want to get to at least 50 to 60% in order to get the maximum charging rate. I'm sorry, in order to have Sentry Mode work at the hotel. Because you never know if it's going to work or not. The chargers at the hotel are available, and if I can use them and if they're working. Last time I was at the hotel, they have 4 level 2 chargers. 2 of them are down, so you never know how that's going to play out. Anyway, nonetheless, we're still at 32%, pulling 250 kilowatts. Now you can see it ramping down aggressively. And if you remember at that last charger, at 30-some%, we were pulling 175. So, yeah, that's why I thought there was something wrong and I wanted to unplug and replug. It didn't make sense to me at 30-some-odd% only pull 175 kilowatts, but maybe this will ramp down. They need to fix the charging curve. They need to put better batteries in these. This is just not the way we should be charging in 2025. I should be ripping along at 300 kilowatts all the way to 60%. You know, that's my opinion. It would make this thing so much faster of a road tripper. But all in all, if you get to a charger in this thing with 5 to 15%, you know, let's say between 10 and 15%, you saw within 10 to 15 minutes, you can throw a lot of juice in quick and jump on to the next charger. So that's really how you have to run it. It shouldn't be that way. We should be able to plug in about anywhere, rip for 15 or so minutes, and then take off and be able to go a couple more hours. Okay, that's my thoughts. Showing 17% now. I've put in 17 kilowatt hours. It is charging pretty well. I'm going to sit here for a minute, and then I'll let you know how this goes. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't know what happened at that last charger. I'm at 39%. I'm still pulling 190 kilowatts. So I thought that was low, and it was low. It definitely derated faster at the last one. No idea why. It had plenty of time to precondition. Maybe I didn't have it punched in the navigation right. Maybe the vehicle just didn't precondition right. But at 40%, we're still pulling 188. So it was definitely off. I thought I'd be pulling 200 plus when I plugged in, and kind of shocked me how quickly it derated. So again, maybe the pack was overheated or not hot enough. I don't know. But this is a good session so far. We're already up to 23 kilowatt hours added. We're already up to 41%. So let's keep an eye on it here. Okay, here we are walking back to the Cybertruck, and here's the negative thing with me shutting the test lap off. It didn't lock the doors to the truck, which means the truck's still unlocked, but guess what? It didn't stop charging. So it's still charging properly. Lots of bugs on the front of this thing. Wow. Let's see how we did. See the green light? Still charging. There we go. 17 minutes. And I can't read that. Can you? 50 kilowatt hours of energy put in. I mean, that's pretty darn good. Still charging at 110 kilowatts at, I don't know what that percentage is, 60 something. Let's take a look in the vehicle. And guess what? It's working just fine. Yeah, we're at 63%. Still pulling over 100 kilowatts, which kind of sucks, frankly. It should be pulling much better. Let's flip the test lap back on and see if it stops charging. Okay, the test lap's good to go. I'm good to go. I've cleaned the windshield. I used the restroom. Yeah, I kept the truck unlocked. Next time I can try the key card locking, and that way it doesn't activate the app. Just tap it with the key card and see if that stops the charging. Matter of fact, I'm going to jump out and do that and show you what that looks like. But there's all the last leg information, and again, we're at 64% in what, 18 or so minutes, 51 kilowatt hours of energy added to the pack. Not bad in less than 20 minutes. I'm not going to sit here and charge any longer. I can get to the hotel with like 40% or so I'm good. But let me get my key card out and try this. I'm going to close the test lap. I'll be right back with you. Okay, sorry about that. It took me a minute. I needed to get my Cybertruck key card out of my wallet, and I had to check some emails. Now I'm up to 68%, down to 92 kilowatts charging speed. And let's see what happens when I lock the door this way. So I just locked it. It's still charging. Let's try to tap and unlock. And it shut off. So that's the thing. Unlocking the door shuts off the charging section 100%. So there you go. We figured it out. Okay, I'll be back with you in a second. So at least we found a workaround. Listen, you can lock the Cybertruck and just close the app, and don't let it pick you up, proximity unlock when you get near it, and it'll be just fine. But as soon as you tap the key card on it to unlock, it's going to stop charging. So you just got to plan the stop accordingly. Sit in the vehicle first, do your email and all that, then run in, use the restroom, come out, and then stop charging. Shouldn't have to do that. I've never had that issue before. It's a super weird bug. Hopefully Tesla will get it fixed, but hey, this has been a learning experience on this trip, and we definitely found some Tesla/EVgo charging issues. And I reported to EVgo. I don't even begin to know how to report it to Tesla because they have no real way to report stuff like this. So we'll kind of see what happens. So I'm going to post this out there, and but we at least have a workaround. And I wish I would have figured that out sooner. I could have done a little video explaining to everybody how to resolve it, but at least now we know. So there is a fix to this charging bug that's happening at EVgo. Anyway, we're about to end this trip. We've only got 60 miles to go to the hotel. I'm going to actually drive past the hotel. I've got to run some errands, so I will give you the final stats from the hotel as I'm passing it here in about 60 miles. It's showing arrive with 50%. I don't know that that'll happen. My guess is I'll be around 42 to 44%. Let's see what happens. We're on our way. Terrible consumption, but that will improve as we go. I'll update you here in just a few minutes. Okay, we're getting close to that super efficient section, but so far we're at 382 watt hours per mile on this leg. We've gone 26 miles in 21 minutes, so Definitely proper highway speeds, but just super efficient. It's brought that average down to 442, brought the vehicle average down to 427.8, and yeah, we're just riding along. As I continue into, like I said, this Roanoke Valley, my efficiency is only going to improve. So I'm expecting this to be in the 430 somethings until I get to that hotel area where I give you the final update. I was thinking closer to 430 than 440, but we don't have that many miles left, and I don't think it's possible to get that much improvement on it. Because we're only 41 minutes out, 37 miles. It's still saying I'm going to get there with 49%, which I think is optimistic. Anyway, look how beautiful this drive is, and you can see the leaves of the trees have definitely dropped off in a lot of areas. You see some color coming up through here. I missed it by a few weeks, probably driving through the Blue Ridge Parkway and just looking at all the beautiful fall foliage. Absolutely spectacular, breathtaking views here. So I missed it by just a little bit, but it's still pretty up through here nonetheless. You got those beautiful clouds, blue skies, just really, really cool area. And it's just a pleasure to drive the Cybertruck, or have it drive me to the hotel here in Virginia. Almost to 1,090 miles, and I will report back here as we are getting closer to the exit in Salem, Virginia. Let's just keep our fingers crossed for smooth travel. Looks like we're going to hit some traffic just based on a 40-minute for 35-mile ETA. Yeah, there's a little bit of off the exit traffic to get to the hotel, but it doesn't account for that much of it. So we'll see what happens. I will be back with you shortly. Look at these houses up on the hills. Different style of living, that's for sure. I guess that depends on what you're used to. Okay, talk to you in a minute. Before I disconnect, just look at this view coming out over, and these mountains out in the distance, just breathtaking. Look at that. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, I'll update you shortly. Well, we sure did get that magical efficiency I was talking about. We're off the exit now. Just got off the exit, actually. Riding through Salem, Virginia, and we're at 313 watt-hours per mile. Shows we're going to arrive to the hotel with 51%. Shocking to me that it's actually that good. But it's brought the trip overall, Roanoke, Virginia, 1,122 miles. And guess what? It brought it down to 436 watt-hours per mile. So I was a little bit off. I thought we'd be in the lower 430 range, around 430 to 435. But you can see, overall, really good efficiency. This last leg brought the overall vehicle lifetime down to 427.5. So it's amazing how that elevation change as I headed into the Roanoke Valley has really improved the consumption of the vehicle. So just let you follow along for the next couple minutes, and we'll give you a final stat update here as I pass the hotel. So are we going to hit around 435? I have no idea, but we're going slow, riding through town. We usually get really good efficiency through town, but not 308 watt-hours per mile. That's that elevation drop over the last 61 miles. Pretty incredible. I'm glad to be here. I thought I'd make it between 2 and 3 p.m. I'm a little behind that schedule. It's 3:18 p.m. But that is okay. Love the whine of the electric motors in the Cybertruck. Honestly, had I not had those charging issues at that one stop, that added a good 10 plus minutes. And then I overcharged at the last stop, again, figuring out the charging problem. I could have been here by 3. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But again, I'm fine. I've got some conference calls to handle. I haven't eaten lunch. I'm going to grab a late lunch, early dinner, head to the hotel, flip the laptop open, and I've got hours worth of work to take care of, phone calls to make, and conference calls. So that's the plan. But let's just see how we end here. Again, we're getting great efficiency as we ride through town. Let's jump over a lane. I think we want to go right up here. Looks like there's some red zone. We're on 36.1. You can see the green as we're decelerating. For 36.0. So we might be in that 430 to 435 range. Again, pretty close. I know because I've driven this a lot in gas cars. I can't imagine how many times I've driven from Texas to Virginia and back. Dozens and dozens of round trips over the years, if not more. And I know I get, sorry about that, I know I get really good efficiency running from Tennessee. Once I get past Bristol, Virginia, the efficiency is just remarkably good coming into the Roanoke Valley. And I just know that. So, happy to see it. Happy to have half a battery when I get to the hotel. That'll be good. And we're only a mile away. So, final stats coming up. So up on the left, we have a Tesla charger. Out of Sheets. Which one is this? Oh yeah, that is the Apperson Drive one. 8 stalls, 250 kilowatts. Sorry about my arm going right in front of the camera. But I am manually driving. Nice quaint town for sure. Roanoke, Virginia, Salem, Virginia. I stay in Salem. I just have this hotel. It has charging. I like it. It's fairly reasonable pricing. It's a Hampton Inn. It's fine. And it's fairly close to my office. And it saves money versus the other hotels that are even closer in Roanoke. And yeah, it's just convenient for me. Saves money. And it works. So that's kind of where I stay. So that's why I'm staying in Salem versus Roanoke. They're neighboring towns, although it's funny, they're kind of like competing neighboring towns. A lot of arguments from people. The Chargers, by the way, are back right at the edge of that bank. You back in right back there. A lot of arguments between Roanoke and Salem and who's better and who has better education and this, that, whatever. It's kind of funny to me how that works. Okay, looks like we're going to arrive around 3:26. It's 3:23 p.m. 77 degrees here. It's definitely warmed up as I've headed in here to Roanoke, which is good. I'm glad to see it. I was hoping it wouldn't be as freezing cold. I am going to have to get my jacket on here when I stop. And I'm about to give you a final stat update. You'll notice I've just hit 435.8. Okay, the hotel's right up here. Of course, we're going to ignore this. I'm going to hit the end trip button right now because I'm going to keep driving straight. You can see the little Tesla destination charger in red there. It's this Hampton Inn right here. And as soon as I get to the light, I'm going to give you final stats. Okay, and here we are. Made it to the hotel. 63.6 miles, so we'll call it 64 miles, 307 watt-hours per mile. It took 1 hour, 1 minute. 1,125 miles on the Roanoke trip, and you can see 435.9, basically 436 watt-hours per mile. Made it at 3:25 p.m. Good trip, 1,125 miles, just under 1,200 miles, and here I am in Roanoke/Salem, Virginia. So thanks for following along. Until the next one, stay safe out there, everyone, and watch for my next video coming soon. This has been a long one. If you've watched all the way to the end, shoot me a comment. Let me know you stuck it out to see the end and to see how far I drove and how long this trip took. This is, I'm sure when I put it all together, this is going to be a couple-hour video. So if you've enjoyed the whole thing, I'd love to hear it. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks for following along. Take care.